I am back. Because of obviously having, brunch on Sundays, I am back. It's time we jump back into Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice. I'm excited. Okay, there we go. Last time, we found out that Queen Amara was actually alive and didn't die in the assassination attempt. However, unfortunately, Dirk is now being charged for still the assassination attempt of Amara, and now the killing of the their guy. I've written his name. He's not as important. Alright, May 19th, 8:50 a.m. High Court of Quran. Animation. Oh yeah, the people are pissed. Sheesh. May 19th, 9:28. High Court of Quran. The queues lobby. It's complete chaos outside. Let's just say the Defiant Dragon supporters demonstrating for Derek's freedom have taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. They look about ready to string us up if we lose. Trials here are pretty much like the ones back at home, but with one major difference. The divination seance. The victim's final memories will become a matter for deliberation. I've heard about that. But they haven't stopped you from winning your cases here in Quran. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. Well, I know Dirk is innocent, but... a big secret. You may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. He accidentally killed my dad. Boom. Dirk, what is that secret you're keeping? Hey, AJ. Here you go, just like I promised. Founder's order, added to the court record. Thank you, Dads. Thanks, Dads. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yep, and I spent the night in the slammer. I had to find meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for? Har 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 har. That actually sounds way better than what we're staying. Just remember, I gave Dirk's found guilty today. Well, I'll probably be found guilty if that comes out. Yeah, Nayuda says something to that effect. Now, which Garan wants to take advantage today to crush our revolution for us all. The fate of the revolution with every courageous person arrested in this trial. Counting on you, AJ. We'll be fine. Gonna win this one. You'll see. Trial will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Right. Where? May 19th. High Court of Quran. Quran. Court is now in session. All rise. Let the trial of Dirk's body begin. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Majesty. So it's really come down to this. Well, don't expect me to hold anything back, Yuta. This trial will examine both the murder of the Justice Minister Inga Quran and the assassination of the former Queen, Amara Sigatar Quran. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Would that be acceptable, Prosecutor Sadmati? Prosecutor Sadmati? Yes, of course. Please proceed. What's with him? How very unlikely, Prosecutor. Is your mind ever also stay? Not at all, Your Majesty. Are you really gonna be able to go through with this, Nayuta? Well, Prosecutor Samani, I would be remiss if I failed to voice a concern of mine. I've heard mention that you are son of the accused, Dirk Samani. You have heard true. Does that fact pose some sort of problem, Your Majesty? Father being prosecuted by his own son. Could one possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings in the way? Yes, without question. Can he really handle this? Even if it is Prosecutor Samani, going against his own father is just... How can the son of a criminal even be a prosecutor in the first place? Dirk? Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He's not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with his execution of his duty. Isn't that right, Nayuta? I will not stop until my work here is done. See, so all you doubters just sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. Ha 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 ha. The accused will not take the stand without being first summoned. In any case, Prosecutor Samani has no issue with this arrangement. Then let us commence the deliberations.
Objection!
Ah, shit, it's the Queen. One moment, if you would.
Your Eminence!
Your Eminence, what brings you here? Oh! Your Majesty, it would appear that Prosecutor Samani does indeed have some reservations. No, that's not true. Did you truly believe you could deceive me, Nayuta Samani? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hallowed funerary grounds. I have none, Your Eminence. No, it is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the crown Daruk Samani personally, but remain by our side and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law. Excuse me, but is the Queen gonna prosecute the case? Is that, kosher? There is no need for concern. Before we were crowned Queen, we served as a prosecutor.
Really? As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused, but know this. The prosecution charged with Queen Amara's assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence, Queen Garan Sigatar Karan. First Your Majesty, and now this? Why doesn't anyone ever tell me these things? I'd heard she'd serve as the Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor. Guessing she probably moved up the ladder from prosecutor to Justice Minister. We prosecuted the case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had one guilty verdict in every case until then, for no lawyer could stand up to us. I am at a loss for words. To think I would once more bear witness to Her Eminence at work in the Hall of Justice.
Our first trial in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might. What the fuck? Oh, what a magnificent sight. The Queen's retired from her prosecutor days. I think we would get to see it once more. What the? That's Queen Garan? Talk about an extreme makeover. It's all coming back now. The feel of my blood pumping through my veins. Woe to you, O enemies of Quran, for I shall personally slice dice and grind you up into a hog feed. I don't suppose I can ask her to roll back to her polite pre-makeover personality. Know this, lawyer. Yeah? I say, prosecutor, consider your defenses by a headsman's scaffold. If you wish to leave any last words, I advise you to start thinking of them now. While you still have a head with which to think, that is. Meep. She's dead serious. Now it is time for the divination seance. Rifa, come forth.
Your benevolence, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Your benevolence, I understand it may be difficult for you, but may we proceed with the divination seance?
Yes, let us proceed.
Forgive me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell? If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion.
Aw.
Your benevolence.
What's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but here. Well, it's happened since yesterday. On top of the murder of her beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup. Today she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes. Yeah, that would be enough to shake anyone up. Still, it seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday. Yeah, I don't remember her being this depressed. She says we. We must speak with our child. Wait. Ron didn't do something to her, did she?
Your Eminence, about today's divination seance. As I understand it, the prosecution has yet to review its content. Is this deviation from protocol part of your plan?
Prosecutor said, Madi, would you care to explain your actions? Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deem no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case. You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Raifa the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Is that why you have done this? Not at all. You were concerned for me, Prosecutor Sanmari. It's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered. Your Eminence, your Majesty, regardless of what it is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with a bounty of incontrovertible evidence. Whatever. So I believe we will reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a seance.
You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence any undue misery. Experiencing the murder of a loved one isn't a burden no one should have to bear.
Prosecutor Samadi, your Majesty, can this trial truly proceed without a divination seance? I can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder firsthand.
Your Eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home for such much-needed rest?
We shall not. You fools spoil her with your freckless words of compassion. Listen well, Raifa. You've spoken time and time again about how grown up you are now. Yes, but... So, let us see if the royal priestess has truly come into her own. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform the divination seance as you should? Yes. That's better. See? Problem solved. Alright, well, is this really a good idea? I guess we'll see. Very well. Let us begin. The divination seance. Nina, my robe. Oh! It's like Nina's still missing. It's been a whole day already. Barbed head. Yes? You remove my robe. What? Why me?
Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Wright. Can't you see she's ready to begin?
Great. I've been reduced to royal robe remover. It's like she's grooming Mr. Wright to be Nina's replacement. I feel bad for her.
Very well, your benevolence. Please start when you are ready.
Come, Raifa. You know what must be done. There is no turning back now. I know. Final memories of the deceased. This should be interesting.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me. so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Maybe our last divination seance, if not the second to last, third to last, I don't know. I wonder if they're going to change anything about this one. Time to see what her father saw. This has gotta suck. Oh no! Ha! Ha!
Your benevolence! What's wrong?
This is unacceptable.
Bailiff, take her benevolence to the first aid station at once.
This is not good. Poor Rifa. Oh, my heart.
Your Eminence, do you have any idea why her benevolence collapsed so suddenly?
It seems she was not ready for what the deceased was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. And she said she could go through with it. How very disappointing. I know someone who's not winning Mother of the Year, ever. I mean, of course Rifa's gonna be overwhelmed. She's still just a child. It seems we have no choice but to move on to witness testimony, Your Majesty.
Oh yes. Let us proceed. Bailiff, summon the first witness if you would.
Is this... Oh. Dirk.
This is not the accused.
It is indeed. I thought I would give him the opportunity to plead his case. For true justice is more than an unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution. That seems uncharacteristically fair of her. However, should the accused fail to proceed convincing testimony, he, along with his cabal of traitorous lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty. And their heads will roll from their shoulders. What? Should have known there was a catch.
Your court, your rules. Same as always was I seek her on. Now then, Mr. Dirksamani, if you could enlighten us as to what happened. Well, I would if I could.
Dun, 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 dun. Witness testimony. Dirk explained himself.
I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand. And lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. I have no recollection of what happened in the interim, but I didn't kill him. At least, I don't think I did. I'd go against everything I believe in.
That didn't explain squat. For the record, let it be known that the accused fingerprints were all over the murder weapon. And since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it.
Well, that certainly seems to point the finger at you, Mr. Sudmani. Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty. Ha 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 ha.
Seriously, Dork? This is no laughing matter. This is exactly what Garan wanted. To have Dirk try to plead his case, only to fail miserably. How low could you go? Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles and let it be etched into your soul. See how, instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-brained lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair. Yes, Your Eminence. Show me the way.
Now then, let the defense please begin their cross-examination.
There ain't shit to cross-examine, but you know what? Whatever.
Whatever.
Dirk explains himself. Okay, actually there's a bit more.
Hold it!
We were struck by a sudden dizziness. Was it because of his illness? Is that something that's ever happened to you before?
Can't say that it has. Maybe age is catching up with me. I'm no spring chicken after all.
That's not the issue here. A most cunning excuse. One befitting an insidious insurgent.
Oh?
A killer who does not recall his crime. How very convenient. Next, I imagine you will plead insanity. You aim to seek a lesser sentence through excuses and subterfuge, do you not?
Objection! Don't make me laugh, Your Benevolence.
How dare you?
I'm merely stating my innocence. I have no intention of offering excuses. It's your baseless speculation I would decry as foolish. You deceitful witch.
It is your wish that I should claim your head right now in this very hall?
Well, that would certainly speed things along. Ha 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 ha. Hold it!
Dirk, why don't you let me handle it from here? And if there's anything you need to say, you can say it through me, okay? Anything to stop you from needling the queen. Next time you have an objection, you better have some proof to go with it, Dirk.
The accused will continue with what he does recall of the crime.
Well, that didn't really lead me many places.
Hold it!
Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk?
Wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. I think there might have been a third party in the tomb, son.
Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you.
Objection!
You called, Your Eminence. Did she go anywhere without those goons? Was there a third party in the tomb when you were securing it? No, Your Eminence. We searched high and low, but found no one out of order. And there you have it. Oh, right. They did search the place. Furthermore, my guards have had the entire tomb surrounded. There was no way for anyone to escape. That's right. No one got it word in or out without our knowledge. Remnants on site direction were absolutely flawless.
Urdihara Garan!
Urdihara Garan! Do you see now? The presence of a third party is beyond the rebel possibility. The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world. What a waste of time. How could it be any more obvious? Dirk must be the killer. I see nothing going on. Our graves were already deep enough. Accused, what do you believe about the possible presence of a third party?
Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none.
Didn't have to agree with her, Dirk. Will the accused statement be added to his testimony?
Very well, Mr. Zanmani, if you would.
It's like the more we press, the thinner our case gets. Well, let's keep pressing, and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it too. I'm gonna try this just for shits and giggles.
Objection!
Yes! Ha! Your Eminence, I'm afraid this trial will not go exactly as you anticipated. Because I can show you how there might have been a third party in that tomb. Oh, how very fascinating. Go on, I do so love a good fairy tale. We did a luminol test of the crime scene, and we found a bloodstain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. I will remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Faye were injured during the incident. The thing is, this bloodstain we found had been wiped up by someone.
What's this? But who would have done such a thing?
That's the big question, isn't it? Who wiped up the blood and why? Thinking about it logically, it must be someone who would, you know, wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime. Oh, and to whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong? The bloodstain belongs to the real killer. The bloodstain belongs to the real killer, of course. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Minister Inga. And since their blood would give them away, they had to wipe it up. I say this because we know for a fact that the Justice Minister fired his gun in the tomb. You have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. Thus this tool is a known fact. But a bloodstain from a third party means there must have been someone hiding there. Very well then, tell me this. Where was this third party hiding? Oh, crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered. So if there was a hiding place, it would have to be somewhere no one would dare look. Somewhere no one would dare look.
Well, let's have your answer, defense. Now, where could a third party have hidden?
Take that!
There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard. And that would be inside Queen Amara's sarcophagus. Even now it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. I'm told that it's temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within. But if someone dressed warmly enough, they could withstand the cold for a short time.
This is sacrilege. Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed.
But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus. True. Guards were scared of being cursed. They wouldn't even touch it. And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within their frigid confines.
Well now, that does sound like a plausible method of evading capture.
The defense requests a DNA test on the blood stain, and then we'll just see who the real killer is.
Such insolence!
Bow your head and kneel, lawyer. So your head may be parted from your shoulders. Huh? But the trial's not even over. What the fuck? Whoa! How soon do you forget? You are already on the headsman's scaffold. As such, I could order your beheading at any moment. All I did was request a DNA test. There is no need to request such a test. Royal Guard, bring it forth now. Here you are, Your Eminence. Police have already identified the source of the bloodstain. The DNA test revealed that the blood is of the traitor Dirk Sadmati. What? But Dirk wasn't injured. So where did his blood come from? Maybe he coughed it up. Dirk's illness. Ah, shit, you right. Still, there was a lot of blood. Could he have really coughed up that much? Did he wipe it up to hide his failing health? Dirk, is it really that bad?
Oh shoot, you got me.
Ah! Pay attention, Horned Devil, for this case has already been solved. The claim that this bloodstain would lead us to the real killer, did you not? About that. Did you or did you not make that claim of your own volition, defense? Yes, I did. So she steered you in that direction, that is. I fell right in her trap. Do you see now the folly in opposing the very embodiment of the law? Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. a third party at the scene of the crime is beyond the realm of possibility. No! Where's recording go wrong? Rome and his illegal tactics are beyond compare. I hate to say this, but she really got us good. The key to Almara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could have opened it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. I don't really discount the sarcophagus as a hiding place, though. The real killer is still in there. No, that's just ridiculous. I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening, Dirk Submati? The one who proclaimed the bloodless revolt has betrayed your cause by resorting to murder. No, it can't be. Dirk would never. It must be some kind of mistake. Fine dragons and their sympathizers are starting to have doubts. So this is why Koran allowed us to cross the Dirk. By establishing his guilt in his murder, she's effectively damaged his reputation among those who support him. True, but now we have an even bigger problem. And now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions.
Huh?
Oh, I shall pass judgment upon the criminal, Dirk Submati.
Oh, what's this? You shall pass judgment. But, Your Eminence, is that not my role?
Hold your tongue. You are but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of law. Consider yourself dismissed. As Queen of Quran, I shall now pass judgment upon the accused.
Objection!
Wait. You didn't even give me a chance to reboot. No one you are defeated a lawyer. Reboot. But just this once I am willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me. Quick, Apollo. Even if you have to bluff. Keep the trial going. Show her that the crime could have been committed by a third party. How am I supposed to do that? Why don't you start with, how about the timing of Inga's murder? What? This whole case is built on a single premise. I was right after Dirk entered the tomb. But what if that's not true? Like if our assumptions are all wrong. It just might work.
Wow, that keep us waiting defense.
Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there is another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Mr. Inga really killed after Dirk entered the tomb? What nonsense is this? Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived on scene, opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. Question before I says, when was Trigger killed? Isn't it possible that before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Minister Inga was already dead?
That would certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable.
Why, of course. I felt cautious right after I entered the tomb. Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance. Which means you wouldn't have noticed his body either way. What? The scenario is entirely possible. So we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime.
I see. Well, that certainly does make sense.
Fuck. Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around in that tiny mind. I was starting to get quite bored of all this. I could do with a distraction. Yes. Let us hear some testimony that will shed light on when exactly the mister was slain. Bailiff, summon Rifa. Surely she has recovered by now.
But what about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore? I hope you're feeling better, Your Benevolence.
Must I perform the divination seance?
What? Oh, no. Merely require your testimony this time.
How could my testimony be of any value?
Your Benevolence.
Rifa seems awfully depressed. For what she's been through, summoning her again is like rubbing salt in the wound. Being able to perform the seance was probably the last straw. Hope she doesn't pass out again. May I ask you something? Of course, Your Benevolence. I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me? From where did you hear such a thing? From Mother. And only yesterday. Rifa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people, so I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child. I see. Be that as it may, Your Benevolence, it has no bearing on this trial here today. So, there is no need to let it trouble you. I know. I told Rifa about something other than Amara's status. Sounds like it, but what could it be? Rifa, the defense has proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you? Yes. I'm ready to testify.
Very well, then, Your Benevolence. Your testimony, if you please.
Do, 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 do. The day of the murder. I was gazing upon the courtyard of my second floor window. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb. Then at about 2:45, I saw Barb head and company enter the courtyard. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at about 2:30. Your second floor veranda. Oh, she must be talking about that house facing Ingla's private residence. So that's the location from which you saw your father, and at about 2:30. Yes, and shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence.
So, after the minister entered Amara's tomb around 2:30, no one went in or out until the murder was discovered.
The tomb was closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in between the murders. There was any possibility of third-party lying which was important. Or so she'd like us to believe. Now hear me, useless lawyer. Cease this charade and bow before me. For I, Queen Garan, shall finally have your head.
Give me your evidence, but first let us allow the defense to question the witness.
What Rifa witnessed.
Hold it!
So you've been watching the courtyard until we arrived, correct? That seems like an awfully long time. I see. She really does sound troubled. I don't think she's fully recovered from the previous trial. Because it's not easy being a princess. Your benevolence. I'd be happy to lend an ear if you'd ever like to talk. What would you know of my woes? Do not presume to exceed your station in my life. Sheesh, teenagers.
Your benevolence, what did you witness from your veranda?
Well...
Hold it!
Does your father seem different or troubled in any way? Let me think. Oh, there was one unusual thing.
There was.
Yes, a shrieking mantis from within my father's quarters. After which I witnessed him pulled outside, his countenance drained of his usual color. He screamed and he was looking pale. What do you suppose happened? I know not. Perhaps he had a bad dream. Maybe it was a nightmare about being raked over by the coals by the queen? It seems our young lawyer here wished to haste his journey to the Twilight Realm. Sorry. That was rude of me.
Does the defense believe the witness's last statement to be important?
I believe it is. I would like the witness to add it to her testimony.
Hold it!
And why do you think he screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else show out or come out? I didn't see anyone else. Just my father. That last statement was seriously lacking in conviction. Should I press her on this? Your benevolence. Yes. This incident was a real shock to us all. It must have been really terrible for you. Well, I don't want to let you know. I know how you feel. But please stop. You presume too much. It's times like these that you need something to take your mind off things. How about we all go on a picnic together or something? I need no sympathy from you. Go on your little picnic alone, Hornhead. Well, that didn't go well. Apollo, you have to take a more aggressive approach to people like her. Yeah, he's probably right. Now, back to my testimony. I didn't want to be wrong.
Hold it!
Benevolence, let's have some details. The more the better. Details, you say? Yes. For example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the royal residence before 2:30? Well, is that a yes or a no? Eek. Foreign devil. I've been gazing upon the courtyard since about two yesterday, yet I saw none other than my father. Oh, if only I had stopped him then. I think you've struck a nerve, or rather, obliterated one. Maybe I pressed a little too hard. Still, that last statement seemed a little off somehow. So you didn't see anyone except your father in the courtyard after 2 p.m., huh? Please add that to your testimony, your benevolence.
Objection!
Boom. Your benevolence. You're covering for someone, aren't you? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, Rifa, but you're not gonna like this. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that around 2 p.m. his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when the little fellow stole this hat from someone. Ah! That's Nina's. I mean, nothing. Never mind. You fool of a daughter. Seems the princess made a blunder. So let me get this straight. This is Nina's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at around 2. If so, then you had to have seen Nina around sometime around 2 p.m. yesterday. Oh, no! Please, your benevolence, tell us what you really saw. It is as you say, you horned head. I saw Nina. And I saw that dingbat dog steal her hat from her in front of my father's residence. I knew it. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Because, my mother told me not to. What? Would you care to explain, your eminence? I request that she withhold said information, for it is of no relevance to this case.
Objection!
You don't get to decide.
Insolence!
If you disagree, then prove that it is relevant to the case at hand. Oh, I will. Your benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nina. Alright. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nina, I ran to help. I raced from my second floor veranda down into the courtyard. Wait, that means that while you were coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard. Yes, but only for a moment. This is crucial testimony. You took your eyes off the courtyard. It means somebody else could have entered the tomb without you ever knowing. Ah. Your benevolence. Are you sure no one else was there? Oh, yes. She's hiding something again. What about Nina? Were you able to help her? When I got down to the courtyard, Nina was... She was gone. Gone? Yes, and I never saw her again after that. Any idea what happened? That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up. I seriously doubt that. How could Nina simply disappear while Rifle wasn't looking? Rifle must know something. The only question is what? Why do you suppose Nina disappeared? Even an educated guess would help. For example, maybe she got fed up with you acting like a spoiled child? You know, something like that.
That's enough!
Such impudence. Nina would not leave me merely for acting spoiled. You're not even gonna deny your behavior. In any case, it seems I was wrong. Damn it. Do you have any idea where Nina disappeared to? What do you mean? Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb. And it just so happens that Nina disappeared right at that moment. No. Wait, you think Nina had something to do with the murder? I don't think we can rule it out. Sounds like something had kept Nina occupied since the early morning. Plus, she was seen right before the murder, and then seemed to vanish into thin air. You're right. Since she's Rifa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds. Could Rifa's attendant really be the killer? But that would mean... First my father, and now Nina. These were the people I trusted most. How could this be?
Objection!
Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a foul breed, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime. Nina did not enter the tomb. That much is certain. How could he be so sure? When Nina's hat was stolen, that crazed curse spilled an urn full of water upon my husband's doorstep. Is that not right, Rifa? Yes, it is. While that dingbat dog was tugging on Nina's hat, it tipped over the urn. The bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water. If she had truly headed into the tomb with wet shoes, she would have left shoe prints along the way. But the only shoe prints to be found belonged to my husband, Inga. Huh. Then... That's right, Nana never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nina. That's right. Ruth and I did see some shoe prints in there. Now do you understand? Nina could not possibly have gone into the tomb. And that supposed third party at the crime seen as but a figment of your imagination. Ah! Another glorious deduction! All hail the genius of experiments! Bow down, glory!
Urdi Hara Karan!
Urdi Hara! This guy's fanboy any harder. Is it really true? Did I not go to the tomb? Excuse me, but... Mr. Wright. Your benevolence. What time was it with, when that dog attacked Nina? When that dog attacked Nina? I believe it was about 2:15 p.m. I see. Apollo. Nina entered Inga's private quarters at around 2:15. Inga came racing out at around 2:30. Pale-faced and screaming then. Ah, I know what you're getting at. Yes, that might explain his scream.
The defense placed your theory regarding the Justice Minister Inga's screams.
Certainly, Your Majesty. Mr. Inga screamed because... maybe he was attacked by Nina. So what would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime?
Objection!
Does your idiocity know no bounds? The minister's body was found in the tomb. Or are you suggesting that the body was moved? Or if the minister was moved from his private quarters? I think the possibility... I'm gonna say exists. Considering the fact that the body was found in the tomb, I'd say that there is a possibility. What utter nonsense. Right, I've been watching the courtyard. But you would suggest that someone could have transported the body unnoticed? You have a point there. In that case, I'd say there's no way that the body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb. I understand if the scream wasn't a reaction to Nina's attack, but Inga died in the tomb. To explain how those two realities can coincide. Where are we supposed to do that? Oh, maybe. Maybe where he was stabbed and where he died were two completely different locations. What do you mean? Let's look at this as simply as possible. The minister's body wasn't moved. He might have been stabbed by Nina in his private quarters. Then died in the tomb.
I see. On the one hand, that seems plausible, but on the other, it seems decidedly implausible.
Prosecutor Zamati, what is that fool babbling on about now? Is this a riddle from one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of? Perhaps, but I believe he himself does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was poor attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore him.
Objection!
Wasn't finished yet, so hold off on the analysis, would you? The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous, so he could have conceivably moved from one place to another after being stabbed.
Oh my, are you suggesting he ran all the way to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back?
Well, yes, that's the gist of it. In short, Minister Inga saw Nina with a knife, let out a scream, and when he turned his back to her to flee, right, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, Your Majesty, does my theory hold water?
Such insolence!
How dare you bore me like this? Huh? You are a humorless moron spewing an endless stream of unamusing drivel. I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence. Prosecutor, enlighten this ignorant clown in lawyer's clothing. Your Eminence. Ha! This again? No, Yuta. You dull, slow-witted, putrid-minded lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you had been stabbed in the back. But a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain. No, because of his needle back, like, his shots. Now, hold on. Allow me to teach you a meaning of pain. Please stop. Ada has a point. Normally, most people wouldn't notice a dagger in their back. Oh, yeah, I doubt someone could ignore pain like this. Still, in this case, it's the word normally that we should emphasize. Apollo, take another look at the court record. Right. Let's see something that explains this. There's a reason Inga didn't feel any pain. The defense will submit evidence proving just that.
Very well, please present your evidence.
It numbed his back.
I didn't just heard. Oh.
Take that!
Ah, those are my father's painkiller shots.
The defense will explain the significance of this evidence.
Minister Inga suffered from terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with these. We're told that one shot in the back would make all of his pain go away. With this, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about these, Your Eminence. You can't mean... Minister Inga was stabbed in his back, close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Therefore, it's entirely possible he hadn't noticed that he'd been stabbed. What?
What's this?
Huh?
Then, are you suggesting Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back?
I am your magistrate. So then, when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him. I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well. Yes, the knife was there, just plunged in so deep you didn't notice that under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Murdered by night on her private quarters. Oh, Pocana!
Holy Mother of Kron, we're dealing with a living dead here.
Well, technically, he wasn't dead yet. Now, it's hard to believe, but this is a plausible sequence of events. Once Minister Inga arrived at the tomb... I'll be right back. What the heck? What the heck happened? Oh, of course, man. What about a break? Wow, Apollo can keep that finger up for a while. Look at him point. Pointing at a Gummy Goo admirer. I love Gummy Goo. Specs it. Yeah! I like how he's looking sort of insane. Greedy. Woo! Streamer's AFK must be. With the fingers going through his head. Oh, this is beautiful. I love that this is what I come back to. A beautiful, beautiful thing to come back to. Rip. That's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, sorry, I was eating dinner. It was only an hour break though, actually. So, what am I? Late, yeah. Alright. Let's roll back. That's so silly though. I am a Gummy Goo admirer. I love Gummy Goo. Gummy Goo, awesome. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. All right, streamer's back. I'm back. Sorry, I was eating, but we're back, baby. All right, could have removed the knife and dropped dead from the blood loss. Nina killed my father. There must be some mistake. The defense would like to call Nina to the stand.
Objection!
You seek to drag an innocent old woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever. Well, there's no real proof, but... What a tangled web of expedient lies. Something. I can no longer tell fact from fiction. Who or what shall I believe in now? I'm sorry, Raifa. All I've done is confuse you. Yeah, I feel so bad for her. But I have a sneaking suspicion Nina's involved in this case in one way or another. She so is. Eating whole breakfast, lunch, dinner, and supper all at once. Yes, I am. I'm eating all my meals. But to be fair, it's actually kind of funny you say that because I don't eat breakfast because I don't get up early enough for breakfast. I barely eat lunch. And I only pretty much eat dinner. So, pretty much. You're not wrong about that. Just when I thought we'd blown this case wide open. Well, there's no turning back now. You fool of a lawyer. I know why you were so desperate to prove that accused innocence. You do? Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty. As shall you under the stipulations of the Defense Culpability Act. Oh. From the moment you accepted this case, you have had no choice but to fight for your lives. No. The simple fact is that I've always believed in Dirk. In his innocence. Bah! Still you cling to your pretense. Very well. I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit that the accused is guilty right here, right now, no strings attached, I shall overlook your crime of abetting him, and you will not be subjected to execution. Is this some sort of joke? Far from it. As queen, I have the power to grant pardons even to criminals like you. And with the wave of my hand, I could even reduce the severity of the sentence. Perhaps even for Dirk, should you be willing to cooperate. She wasn't kidding when she said that she's the law here. But to flaunt that power in our faces like that, that's just wrong. Forget all that has been transpired in our kingdom and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer? If I don't take this deal, we'll be executed along with Dirk if he's found guilty. What should I do? Continue. Slam the desk. Nice try, Garan. But it looks like you don't know what justice is made of. We won't kowtow to threats like that, Your Eminence. Mr. Wright, sorry, but I can't back down now. I don't want to drag you into this, so... Don't worry, I'm with you, Apollo. To the bitter end, if need be. And while I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo. Yeah, with Albie. It's okay. We saved him. We saved him. We saved you, Albie. But I still believe in your innocence. Dun 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 dun. Albie's great. He would never hurt a fly. I love him. And so do you too. So do you. So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me. You nincompoops. You'll die if you lose this case. Why would you even entertain the notion of continuing? I believe that Dirk is innocent. That's why. And besides, trials exist to give the truth a chance to get out into the open. You can't give up just because you're afraid of some punishment. Even if that punishment is death? Does that not frighten you, Hornhead? Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it. It makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. I can't just abandon that. A duty you're willing to die for. And yet duty. It's a heavy burden, alright. Rifle looks like she's really struggling. Well, yeah. I mean, she's only had her whole life thrown upside down in the course of, like, what, 2 weeks? So, I mean, it would make sense. Like... Although, where's Mai? She's got to testify at some point, I'm sure of it, because she was, you know, the person that was, you know, kidnapped. So, she has to testify at some point, right? But it's no surprise, considering the torrent of painful truths she's had to face.
Very well, then. If the defense is prepared to face the death sentence under the Defense Culpability Act, then I see no reason not to continue with the proceedings. But I must admit, I see no grounds for doubting the accused's guilt.
Unless the defense has further evidence that would indicate a different suspect. Do we have anything like that? Well, lawyer, do you have any new evidence you would care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations? She thinks I can't do this. She's got another thing coming. But first, I have some serious thinking to do. I'd say that new evidence indicating a different suspect, I guess, exists. Of course I have some new evidence. Oh ho ho! Do you now? How very interesting. Doesn't she sound the least bit concerned? No, can't let her get to me. I just have to keep pressing forward. This new evidence points to a different suspect. Yeah. Yeah, you know, I couldn't tell you.
Take that!
Yeah, I didn't think that would work. You'd claim this evidence proves the existence of a different suspect. Wait, that wasn't the reaction I was expecting. Your Eminence, are you saying this piece of evidence doesn't do anything for you? It would appear to me that you chose that evidence at random. I kinda, but not really. In the vain hope you would learn something from my reaction. Is that not correct? Your Majesty?
For shame!
Sorry. I'm gonna rethink that one. What if I say does not? Such evidence does not exist. Just as I thought. I was hoping you'd present meaningless evidence and allow me to claim your head. Glad I didn't walk head first into that one, then. So what now, Apollo? Well, unless we can prove that Nina killed Inga, this trial is over, and so are we. Isn't there still a way to get the proof we need? Even without evidence? You know, a key means of obtaining testimony here in Quran. Huh? Wait, are you actually suggesting Nina's dead? Certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a try. Or... Huh? Your Majesty. A crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case has yet to be taken in the trial. But I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step.
You mean you will be able to prove that Nina killed Justice Minister Inga? And just how do you propose to do that?
With the help of a certain someone.
You need help.
From someone.
Well, I can't imagine who it could be. But I suppose I must ask. Whose help do you need to uncover the truth?
Rifa, I need your help.
Take that!
But that is...
Me. Here in Quran, legal proceedings include the viewing of the victim's final moments. But that requires your benevolence's help. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. If you're right about this, Rifa's powers should enable her to see the very moment Nina stabbed Inga. It'll be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. Your benevolence, we need you in your power. You need me.
Objection!
Wretched simpleton, did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time. Or is it your goal to make her collapse again?
Objection!
The princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now. Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my duty. Isn't a divination seance required at all trials anyway? If so, I imagine there'd be a problem with handing down a verdict without one.
Indeed. Would be problematic. Under Qurani's law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered.
Such insolence!
Yikes.
Must you try my patience so? If I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall. Huh? As ruling Sovereign of Quran, I proclaim the following. What? Henceforth, the divination seance shall be optional. What? She has the power to do that? She just rewrote the law with a flourish of her hand. Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It is as the defense said. I must not neglect my duties simply because I am afraid. I shall go through with it this time. I will conduct the seance
Such
once more.
insolence!
Rifa, do not be fooled by his lowly guile. You are not prepared to witness your father's death. But Hornhead needs my help. Rifa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me that you were prepared? But despite your grandiose posturing, you collapsed in the most piteous fashion. Even worse, you have erred in your insights of late. For has not the barbed one there overturned more than one? Oh. You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, be gone. This sacred hall of justice has no need for such a worthless royal priestess. What? Worthless? Wow. How did she say that to her own daughter? So, Mother, you think me worthless?
Objection!
Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt. Very well, Horned Devil. If you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent. Really? However, should Rifa fail once more, you two and the accused shall be executed on the spot. Come again. Hehehe. This is proving to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you? Will you wager your life to call on Rifa to perform a divination seance? I don't think you're worthless, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. If you say you can do it, then I believe in you. Hornhead, I do not understand. If I fail, you will be put to death. I know you collapsed during your previous attempt. Can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, you're willing to try again. I have faith in that conviction, in that courage. My courage. Ah, so she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance. But it looks like she's got the determination to try again. Right, and that's a bet I'm willing to take. But it is as Mother said, I've erred in my insights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I've also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe in me?
Objection!
I wouldn't take stock in those words, your benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you made any errors at all. Huh? In the trials I've been a part of here in Quran, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances. Because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided served as vital leads to finding the truth. Vital leads. My seances. So please, your benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time.
Objection!
Rifa, stop this madness. It is for your own good. You are ill-prepared to face your father's death. Go, leave this sacred hall at once. No. What did you say? I said no, Mother. For I am the royal priestess of Quran. I have no need for you now. Even if you do not need me, Mother. Horned Head in this Hall of Justice do. He proved that to me by risking his own life. It is because of him that I now understand. The divination seance is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it, no matter the risk. Benevolence. Mother taught me that the divination seance was a mere reflecting not but the truth. But I couldn't have my doubts after Barb had disproved my insights it offered. And now, I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, Mother, even Nina. I had believed in them all above others. But I finally know now. I know in what I can trust. The royal priestess must debate such seance with the presiding lawyer and prosecutor. So that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here in Quran should function. Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads trials towards the truth. That is my sacred duty, and I will never shirk from it again. That's right, that right there, your benevolence, is the product of what you've learned in your struggle so far. The truth that you realize with your own strength. As my sacred duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through. Your Eminence, the Royal Priestess says she will conduct the divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Unless, of course, you are worried that it might reveal something you find inconvenient. Mother, I am done letting you have your way. Raifa? You would actually rebel against me, your mother and queen. Though I am scared to see my father's death. I must face my fear. That is what Hornhead has taught me here today. Raifa.
I am the royal priestess Raifa Padma Kurain.
That's not Raifa, it's Raifa. Oop. That's okay.
And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Your Eminence. It seems the princess is more grown up than you thought. Raifa.
Well then, let us proceed with the divination seance.
The victim's final moments. This should be interesting. I wonder what Inga's memories are going to show us. You got this, Raifa.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Alright, Raifa. She did it! What the? It's a lot to go through. What in the?
A faceless being.
What the heck? His face, it's just like a picture of the founder. That is really weird. I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see. Oh, Father, what was it? What was it you saw?
Are we gonna understand that this was the last thing the victim saw?
Yes, there could be no mistake. That was what my father himself witnessed.
How very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Minister Inga for planning a coup?
But I'd rather the Holy Mother. Oh, Holy Mother, we are ever grateful for your blessings.
Talk about a sharp left turn of the Twilight Zone.
You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. The laughter. That laugh. What did it belong to and why are they laughing? Who knows? Though I suppose it could be Dirk after he slew my husband. Uh-huh. But that figure didn't even have a mouth. Ho ho ho. I think we're done here, lawyer. How so? You claim that Minister Ingo was stabbed in his private quarters. And, feeling no pain, went to the tomb where he eventually fell to death. But the seance vision proves he was stabbed in the tomb and felt great pain, no less. Oh, that. Therefore, as I asserted all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb. Everything just backfired big time. Wow. Ron has the devil's own luck, doesn't she? Now then, I shall give voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen well and heed these words. At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh. So what now, Mr. Wright? It's up to us to knock holes in Rafa's interpretations of Inga's memories. In other words, we need to prove that her understanding of them could be mistaken. Okay, we'll give it a try. Uh-oh. It just says man's voice. Does that mean anything?
Objection!
Yes. Your benevolence, there seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation. An inconsistency? Where? Minister Inga is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to take place. When he heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't seem the least bit alarmed. He just kept looking at the picture of the founder. Ah. That's strange, right? He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the founder's orb. But when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn to look. I think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind. Ah. But then whose voice was it? It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like a friend.
Objection!
But there was no third party at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the voice can only have belonged to Dirk. The voice of a third party who wasn't there in the tomb. Paulo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mysterious voice? No, I think we do. Something that Inga had while he was waiting for Dirk. With it, we just might be able to figure out whose voice it was. Moving in front of the male voice Mr. Inga heard with this was this. Oh. The cell phone.
Take that!
That's my father's. I know this must be hard for you, but could you please look at this photo? There's something here that could point us towards the identity of the voice. This is the real source of the man's voice.
Take that!
A cell phone. Right. I believe that the voice the minister heard was of a call on his cell phone.
I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. What is your eminence's view on the matter?
I concede the possibility. But it seems I must refine my vision. It appears that the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates. Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them, then? My father had members of the secret police positioned throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise. I know, Barbed Head. Don't presume to tell me how to do my duty. So the voice was coming from the phone. That's good to know. But there might have been other sounds coming from the phone. Sounds that could be clues. Let's take another look at Raifa's insights. Really focus on the various sensations. Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this now. Another sound. Because this is obviously, this is a sound. Lion's roar. The lion's roar wouldn't happen to be the war bad, would it?
Objection!
I hate to break it to you, Your Benevolence, but you misinterpreted something again. What do you mean? Again. Smooth move, Apollo. I think you just hurt her feelings. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Let me rephrase that, Your Benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to a subordinate at the palace isn't consistent with his final memory. What do you mean by that? A lion's roar could be heard over the phone. Don't you find that strange? You claimed the call was someone at the palace. Well, let me ask you. Do you keep lions there? No. The only animals at the palace are little birdies and my pet frog. Wait, that giant one in the front of the minister's house is her pet? Besides, there aren't any lions in Quran. We don't even have any zoos. A rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid. Well, I remember hearing a sound like that. The lines were coming from the phone is actually from something hanging out in... Isn't it the cry of the war bat over in the bazaar? Ah! Your benevolence, do you think you can clarify the voice for me? Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision. What's this? Just as I suspected. It was the call of a warbat. That means the subordinate Minister Ingo was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace. But why is this important where the call came from? What significance could it have? She's right. It's important to know where the call was made from. It's actually very important. Knowing that the person on the other end was at the bazaar means... The loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot. But it could have been the courthouse part. Think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area. Go ahead, Apollo. Tell her. Tell Ray for the real source of that sound. Will do. Well, Hornhead, I'm waiting. What was the true source of that explosive sound? It's gotta be that, but... That means this was at 2 p.m.
Take that!
What is that? It's Albie Urgade's statement. In it, he claims that Dad's airball threw a firecracker while he was at the bazaar. Then... Yes, the sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding. Ah!
Objection!
And yet, a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from Minister Inga's gun. How do you explain that? Well, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Or do you have any evidence that proves when the pistol was discharged? No, I have none. Wait a second. That loud bang was a firecracker. Then, could that laugh at the end have been... Dad's airball? No, can't be. Oh, it can. And it is. The laugh came from none other than... Dad's airball. Joker who got a kick out of startling Albie with his dragon snot chaps. That happy-go-lucky Dad's airball. What? Someone should really put a leash on that guy.
I shudder to think how one man can be the cause of so much trouble. Har 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 har.
Hey there, IJ, paid you, y'all can thank me later.
No one asked for your commentary, Mr. Arbol. Your benevolence, do you need to revise your insight?
It would appear so. Well, this changes everything. Let's go over the details of Rafa's insights again. Okay. I think I've got this down now. Time to find another inconsistency. That's 2 p.m. That's 2 p.m. I know what it is, because it's the fact that it was at 2 p.m.
Objection!
So it wasn't that one. Okay. I know it's one of those, though.
Objection!
Yep. See? Fucking knew it. Your benevolence, there's a glaring problem with the insight. There is. You stated that the murder happened at around 3 p.m., which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know what the source of the loud bang is, our insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence.
I suppose I have to ask the obvious here. What evidence conflicts with the claim that the murder occurred at 3 p.m.?
His statement.
Take that!
Your deed statement. Again?
Yes. To summarize what he said. At around 2 p.m., Sadu was surprised by a firecracker and ran into the palace courtyard.
Around 2 p.m.
That's right. 2 p.m. Not 3 p.m. Ah. Are you suggesting... I think you know where I'm going with this. Dad's laugh, the cry of the warbod, and the bang of the firecracker were all heard right before Minister Inga's death. Thanks to Albie's statement, we can put a definitive timestamp on all these sources, or on these sounds. Therefore, what this vision shows is that it's extremely likely that the deceased's final moments were at 2 rather than 3, as we had originally thought. Dare I ask? It means the murder took place a full hour before Dirk entered the tomb. Wakana! How can this be? Are you saying that I, the very personification of the law, have been mistaken? Now you see why justice will always prevail.
Peace, I say. Now in the defense. I must remind you that the figure of the accused was clearly shown in the vision. How do you explain that?
I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face.
Aha! You're absolutely right. The face, we can't be certain of who it was.
Furthermore, I remind you that if the vision is from the 2 p.m., Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright. Which means his faceless figure couldn't possibly be him.
So then, what are we to make of this 1 hour difference?
Wait, it's 2 o'clock? That's when... my mother was performing the rite of channeling. The palace guards had all been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite. Don't tell me. The royal residence. It would have been virtually unguarded.
Which means the real killer could have easily slipped unseen into Amara's tomb. Defense! Are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused?
That's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty.
Objection!
Preposterous. Disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead. Let the face did not appear this time is mere happenstance. Had it appeared, such subterfuge would have already been clear as day. He's got a point there. Anyone who knows about the divination seance would have tried to hide their face. Nevertheless, our killer openly appeared for Inga. The question is why. Although, maybe the killer could afford to be so bold because they knew their face wouldn't show up in the seance's vision. What? It's possible that the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga. Precisely because they knew that they could get away with it. How could anyone be so sure of something like that? A long time ago, I heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. What if Inga had it? Then, are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world? Yes, we can't normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case we can. And if he had the disorder, I imagine this is how faces appear to him in life. Okay, let's say that the killer knew that Inga had such a disorder. He could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk. But if you're wondering about how to prove that Inga had it, you already have what you need. Really?
Well, defense, do you have anything to show to this court?
I think I do. Yes, I believe so. Frankly, I have no idea what Mr. Wright means, but I'll look the evidence over. I think I know exactly what it is.
What explains why the face of Minister Inga's killer is absent in his seance vision? A notepad.
Yes, it was found in Minister Inga's room. And it holds the answers we're looking for. As you can see, it's full of detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics.
And this is connected to the faceless nature of the killer. How?
The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Inga saw with his own eyes. What he saw was killers as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him.
What's this?
I believe Minister Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faceless being. And why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics. Now that I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me. Your Eminence, you knew that your husband had such a disorder, didn't you? He never wished for it to become public knowledge. But I suppose there was no use in keeping quiet about it now. It is as you say. My late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is... Yep, that. So Mr. Wright was right. The memories of those afflicted with such disorders in life do appear strange at times. There is precedent for this. So the killer likely knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage. Right, so there's someone who is both knowledgeable about the divination seance, and aware of Inga's affliction. Your Eminence, who knew about your husband's condition? A small number of servants who tended to his needs. And me. Surely you were not about to insinuate that I committed this crime. Oh no, Your Eminence. Still, could she have done it? Garan has an alibi, remember? Oh, right. She was conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. In that case, Your Eminence, does Nina know about Minister Inga's disorder? Of course she does. She's our head servant. So as head servant, she knew about Minister Inga's condition. And as the princess's personal attendant, she is familiar with the divination seance. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would.
Objection!
You witless lawyer, how quick you are to forget the facts. Facts like... when Inga was last seen alive. Claim he was slain at 2. But that is impossible. For Raifa saw him at 2:30. We did completely forget about that. No, there must be some kind of mistake. So you see, the murder could only have happened at 3 p.m. The hour Dirk entered the tomb. There is no other answer to this puzzle. Why don't we forever get to make up answers like Garan makes up laws? So it's back to square one. Where did we go wrong? I don't think we're the problem. Just seem to be short one piece of the puzzle. Our deduction so far explained everything to a T. Everything except for Inga's sighting at 2:30. See, and without the final puzzle piece, all of our deductions fall apart. Paula, if Inga's sighting is the only anomaly, we'll just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture. Time to think outside the box then, right? Let's see. Would it be impossible seeing Inga walking around after he'd been killed? But what if there was a way to make people think he was alive even though he was dead? A way to make people witness the living dead. Sounds like some kind of TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life. Apollo, did you just... I did. Figured it out. I know how to make people witness the living dead. Your Majesty, our deductions weren't wrong after all. Despite Minister Inga being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading into the tomb at 2:30. I'll tell you how.
I certainly hope you will. Because I have no idea what you're talking about.
Minister Inga, her benevolence saw was in fact... it was the deceased being channeled. It's the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence.
Channeling, you say?
That's right. There are only 2 people capable of spiriting channeling here in Quran. Her Eminence Queen Garan and Maya Fey. It's possible that one of them was channeling the minister. It would seem that you are ever bent on making me party to this crime. Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30 p.m., the time at which my husband was seen? Eminence. I believe you had completed the channeling rite, and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there, too. Mayuda has to keep up with her schedule, too? What doesn't she make him do? And that leaves only Maya. Yeah, it does. Maybe someone was forcing her to use her power towards nefarious ends. The real killer could have been threatening her. That cannot be! He's letting us scream. It's probably from when he woke up from being called back into the world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up for him after he died. So Minister Inga probably leapt to his feet thinking he'd just had a nightmare. Then, realizing it was almost time for the hostage exchange, raced off to Amara's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead.
Then, her benevolence really did see a dead man running.
Hi. Ah!
Using the sacred power of the spirit channeling to commit a crime. How can this be?
The events caused Miss Maya Fey to the stand.
Well, Your Eminence. Will you allow a new witness?
It matters not. Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments.
Tell me all you want, witch. You should be eating those words when I expose the truth. Very well. Let's adjourn until the next witness is ready.
To be continued! May 19th. Court of Crime. Accused lobby. Talk about some really close shaves. Well, you can't get closer shave. Nope. Then Hedges gland blades, for that's for sure. Trail's not even over yet, and I'm already exhausted. Still, we're able to fight back the queen herself in there. Well, maybe with this phase of help, I won't have to keep on playing her game much longer. Speaking of which, guess it's a little late to be asking, but do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright? She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. Well, that's all it was, so she should be okay. Barbed head, horned head. Oh, hello, Your Benevolence. It's just Rafa. You were really impressive in there.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground. And in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as the royal priestess. It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude. Oh, don't mention it. I know. I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like? A cow? A horse? Or perhaps I shall reward your efforts with a royal shoulder massage. Oh, that's okay, Your Benevolence. Your gratitude is more than enough. Thanks. But I thought you Americans liked massages. My technique was highly praised by my father, I'll have you know. Hey, you lawyers. Where's the accused? Dirk. That's a good question.
I'm Lord Big Time, AJ.
Dats. Shut up, you. What's going on? The scoundrel tried to escape with the accused. What? We were able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found. Where are you hiding, you miscreant?
I keep telling you, I have no idea where you went. Yeah, we booked it together. But I lost track of him after that.
So, Dirk's on the lam now?
Probably who knows. Vanished in the blink of an eye.
Vanished?
Wanna know something, AJ? Said to me. can't put Mara in danger. I have to set her free before it's too late.
What? Don't tell me he's gone to rescue her.
That's what I have, all I got. That's why I helped him escape in the first place.
Dad, do you realize what you've done? Well, what's done is done. Still, like, you should go rescue her now.
Maybe he didn't want to die with her, die with any regrets or something. You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block.
Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me.
Oh, don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees up Mara. We'll see.
What's the point, Dads? Listen, lawyer. You want us to obediently leave the accused contacts you? Trial will now resume. So that you are ready. Wait, trial's still on? Even without the defendant. Those were her evidence and orders. So we'll return to the courtroom at once. Let's go, Apollo. All we need to do is see where the next testimony leads. May 19th, High Court of Quran.
Now then, let us resume the trial at hand.
Your Majesty, my client seems to have gone missing.
What do you think, Your Eminence? Should we proceed without the accused?
Why not? My royal guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, for they would not dare to keep me waiting.
Yes, but what about the law governing court proceedings?
Then I shall simply revise it. As ruling governor of Quran, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia.
Well, in that case, guess there's no problem with proceeding. Will the witness, Miss Maffei, please approach this hand?
Try to simulate something like this, Maya. Getting triggered out of bed and into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick. Sorry, Miss Faye. It was my idea. Huh? Are you, Alright, Apollo Justice insists to finally meet you. Oh, so you're Apollo. Nick's told me all about you. With a new got the loud voice and a bit of an unreliable streak, huh? Unreliable. Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since. So, why was I called here anyway? I had her arrest again. Huh? Guess no one's filled her in. Well, she has been asleep the entire time. And Miss Faye, this is the trial for Dirk Somebody, and you're here as a witness. What? Dirk's been arrested. But...
Miss Faye, you're suspecting of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Ingua.
Huh?
Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of his murder. At least that was what the defense claims.
What? Could you, Apollo? Could you even reach a conclusion? Sorry, but it's the only way this whole case makes any sense.
You're understandable anger at the defense's side. Will you be able to testify, Miss Faye?
Yes, Your Majesty. I don't have any idea what's going on, but no, I didn't channel Minister Inga. Didn't even have the chance to do something like that. Besides, I never go quietly along with some criminal's crime. Though I guess there are some things I go quietly along with.
It seems the witness doesn't believe she's ever channeled Justice Minister Inga.
If it was proved to be true, defense, your entire argument becomes moot. Do you not understand? You understand this? Do you not? Yes, of course. Doesn't seem like Miss Faye is lying. Apollo, Maya's being awfully secretive about something here now. Oh. I don't have any idea what's going on, but... Yes, I'm taking care of the cow. Alright. I don't have any idea what's going on, but...
Hold it!
Been asleep ever since you were rescued from the tomb, correct? Mm-hmm. It's exhausting after being held captive again. It must have been terrible. Maya, Minister Inga didn't do anything to you, did he? Oh no, it wasn't like that. On the contrary, I asked him for all sorts of things. Like what? Like, I'm really craving burgers, and I'll die if I miss the next episode of The Plum Punisher. Acting like a brat, netted me a TV, and even a few burgers from someplace. Surprisingly nice to me. Huh? You sure we're talking about the same guy here? He always had loomed large, but he was unexpectedly easy to push around. And he's the one who was responsible for rushing those execution papers through. Or that, approving executions were simply his preferred method of stress relief. A wife like her was probably really pushing them out of fear. I don't see why he wanted to stage a coup. In any case, my time in captivity wasn't so bad, but of all things that had happened, what if the father's good and the mother's bad?
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling him. Don't remember? I may be 28, but I'm not senile, you know. Something's not right here. Faye, you were confined to Amara's tomb the whole time. Is that correct? Yes, but I wasn't conscious the whole time. Did you ever see Naya in the tomb? Just as Dirk? Huh? Is this some kind of joke? I think I remember if I saw something as crazy as that. Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that right in front of a potential witness. I hate when he's right. I don't have the chance to do something like that.
Hold it!
Didn't have a chance to do something like that. Channeling someone take something just take long? No, not really. Once you get a hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. But it was all tied up, literally. So there was no way for me to make channeling mudger with my hands to do it. Right. Guess she really didn't channel Inga then. Oh yeah, when mediums are done with a session, they can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right? Sure, unless they are still in training. Amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes. But full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session. And they can send the deceased spirit away anytime they want. So I take it you can do that too, Miss Faye. Of course! It's a cinch for the new and improved Mystic Maya Faye, a spirit medium. That's strange. You seem like the same old childish Maya to me. Grr, I'll show you childish Nick. The closest thing we got is this.
Hold it!
So you wouldn't channel spirits for unseemly purposes? Of course not. Spirit channeling is my bread and butter. And I take a lot of pride in my work. It's like, would you use your legal skills to commit a crime, Apollo? Well, finger pointing and objective become deadly. I don't see how they can't be used. You're just a regular Mr. Smarty Pants, just Nick. Oh, is it ready with some sarcastic comeback? I think I'll save my many objections for after the trial. Yes, please. Anyway, I'd never go along with something like murder. Though I guess there are some things I'd quietly go along with.
Hold it!
It sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Miss Faye. Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into a person's private affairs. Sorry. I didn't realize. Wait, we're in a court of law. Yeah, I know. Then what was all that about me being rude? I'm just doing my job. Sorry, but I promised Dirk I would... Oh. You made a promise to Dirk. A pretty big one. I think this is about all you're gonna get out of her. Yeah. Enough. The witness is denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears your little fiction has been soundly exposed for what it is. You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Mr. Inga, do you? Oh, evidence, huh? There's no point in even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind. True. So when she channeled the high priest, all my use her body.
If there's no evidence to offer, we'll have to add the cross-examination.
How? Even if she doesn't use any special items to the channeling itself, I think there would be something to complete the deception. Nope, I don't see how there could be, Your Majesty. So you've still got a long way to go, Apollo. Excuse me? If it were Nick, he would have tried to bluff his way through that. But I'm not Mr. Right. I'd like to retract it. So it, okay, so it is, okay. Bet there is. Really?
Well now.
You're bluffing, I take it. I'll be fine. Alright, then there must be some sort of proof to back us up. Sounds like some serious thinking, Apollo. Justice. Okay, we know that when Rafa saw her father, it wasn't just like Miss Faye, right? Right, because if he was, Rafa would have immediately known he was being channeled. So that means... he's dressed in his usual suit when Rafa saw him. Aha! Good thinking, Apollo. This might be the perfect angle to attack from.
Alright, let's have an answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Miss Faye channeled just as Mr. Inga?
The button!
Take that!
Is that a gemstone?
We found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence? Well, what? What was that doing in the tomb? Ah, so you do recognize it, but then as his wife... how could you not recognize this gemstone button from your husband's jacket? I don't get where you're going with this. Channeling Mr. Inga alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rafa. He seems you were wearing your clothes. So you would have had to change into Minister's clothes before channeling him. Ah! Miss Faye used the Minister's clothes as cover while going from his room to the tomb, where you burned them once you no longer needed them. What? Uh-oh. She seems genuinely surprised by that, Apollo.
Objection!
Miss Faye. Yes? Do you know my husband's name? It was, Inga Karkul Karan, right? That is correct, in part, but there's more, much more. Inga Karkul are called Disman Biham Lego. Oh my god. That is his true name. Could it be any longer? Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So Miss Faye, did you know his true name? No, I mean, how could I? Precisely. Yet a medium must know both the face and true name of the one she has to seek to channel. So then, Miss Faye couldn't have channeled Mr. Inga? So I've been saying this whole time. Why would I want to randomly start channeling some old guy I don't know? Didn't think so that last trial. I can't believe this. Apollo. I really don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me. I agree, but there's something tipping us up the wrong direction. We're working off of some wrong assumptions again. Apollo. I was thinking. Yes? Since I didn't channel Mr. Inga, possible that someone else did? Someone else? What else would it have been? I haven't thought that through yet. Such chatter is without merit. Let us move on, shall we? Alright. Koran says, gotta figure this out. Cousin Miss Faye and the Queen is an alibi then. Get out to keep the little channeling services for a second. So the circumstances around channeling, right? Right. You know, Rafa saw her father come running out of his private quarters. He was being channeled at the time. Who could it have been? It had to have been someone who was in Inga's private quarters. Nino? Well, wait in defense. You know how much it despises waiting. Yes, but someone else besides Miss Faye who could have channeled Minister Inga. Just one more person. In Inga's private quarters. This is our only hope now. The defense believes that there was another. Let's have your very serious answer then. With pleasure. Horned Devil. Who could have channeled Mr. Inga?
Take that!
Nina? Your eminence said it herself. Or said it yourself. Sorry, Nina never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she headed to my husband's private quarters. Uh-oh. Well, there's for benevolence statement. So then Nina's right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters. The room for which Minister Inga himself came running out of not long afterwards. You were not seriously suggesting. Oh, but I am. It's the only thing that makes sense. Nina channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. So no one has seen her since. While the minister's shoe prints were found outside his residence. Oh shit! Ah, no way! This is gonna be it. Nina must have somehow channeled the minister. All the circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. Can't ignore it anymore. Can't claim Nina wasn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Nina to the stand. Well, your benevolence. Very well then. Let's call Nina to testify. Finally cracked this wide open. Oh. There's no need. Nina is in the waiting room. Waiting lobby. Super for brother today. time off without Rafa's knowledge of consent. Better there's more to her disappearing act than meets the eye, Apollo. Da, 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 da. Hey, Nina, it's been a hot minute. Where have you been, girl? Where you been, girl?
Miss Nina, do you understand why you've been summoned here today?
Yes, of course. Our Eminence has informed me that this man here is protecting me. God, I've committed a crime. This is Nina. This is quit the hairstyle. So I was saying. Ha ha ha! Suppose I'm not as old as I had thought. If this hard-headed Nickaboo could take me for a criminal. Nickaboo. Shadows from. It's kind of rubbed off on her with all the time we spent together. You there, young hornhead. Yes? Accusing me of slaying Moonsringa and channeling his spirit. Yes. What an active imagination you have. Young folk are so wonderfully open-minded. Thanks. Just say the cover, just... a break. I thought we let this place proceed to testimony. Score wishes it out. If you did or did not channel Moonsringa in his private quarters. I was feeling under the weather yesterday, and decided to press these weird bones. Besides, there's lowly servants such as I could not possibly be. But only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling. And Quran. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence Queen Quran is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass Maya Fey. And there you have it. It seems we both summoned her for nothing. Only those of the royal bloodline have the power to channel spirits. Just serve Nifa. Oh, what? On the surface, anyway. But our line of reasoning has led us to this end. That Nina channeled Inga's spirit. So, Miss Steph. Why? Oh, bother yesterday. Decided to rest these weary bones.
Hold it!
Puppy's dogs for your hat when you were in the courtyard yesterday afternoon. Was it after that you decided to take a rest? I have been feeling unwell all day, and I had pushed myself too hard. I kept feeling weak and dizzy, and that dizzy mongrel only served to worsen my condition. Oh, I sympathize with you, Nina. You took the whole story out without informing Princess Rifle. She's very worried about you now. Very kind of her benevolence. But she need not concern herself with the welfare of a mere servant such as I. Except to Rafa. Nina's not just a mere servant. To even think a mere consumer could channel spirits or slay a minister. What hogwash.
Hold it!
I hear you are the head of I'm suggesting that my position affords me the ability to channel spirits. Since you're the head servant of the family of channelers, I'd say it's possible. If you wanted to, it's not possible for you to learn through exposure. I think not, for that goes against the very underpinnings of the Kingdom of Quran. To become spirit medium requires a noble spirit and rigorous training. But most importantly, one must be a direct descendant of the founder. It's not simply some hobby one can make up the matter of. Yep. So commoners can never become a medium no matter how they tried.
Let us come in homage to all those who are born and raised here, young Hornhead.
Hold it!
Okay then. What if you actually have a royal blood in your veins, Dinah? Like a distant relative or something.
I am from a line of humble fishermen, all the way back to my grandfather's grandfather. I've never heard talk of royal blood or noble ancestry.
Although spirit channeling is a secret art passed down from mother to daughter, and even with a royal ancestor, it'd be impossible to learn without the right training. This is the Bobbed One says. It also must be mentioned that the secret art is only taught here in the Kingdom of Krod, your country's Korean village. Why are things falling into place like I expected?
Oh, that's what is the continuing testimony.
Okay.
Hold it!
Queen Amara was a victim of an assassination, right?
Yes, oh. She was a beautiful, gentle soul. But she fell in love with a man of dubious origins. And was murdered in a terrible blaze. Fate can be so cruel.
Except she's actually still alive. Or is yet still another follower unwittingly praying over an empty sarcophagus. Amara, the queen has been locked away and her existence in this world erased. The fact that she is still alive shackles Nayuta to Garon's will. Nayuta, the only reason you're still standing here by that woman's side is because you're afraid of what would happen to Amara otherwise, right? We need not recount such ancient history. Let us continue with the witness's testimony.
If you believe the medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass, Maya Fey.
Hold it!
Miss Faye was being held hostage. She was completely tied up and didn't even know Mr. Inga's true name, making it impossible for her to kill or channel him.
Bah, I know nothing of that.
Objection!
Listen, you horned devil. Were you not just insisting that it was Maya Fey who channeled Mr. Inga? My, how quickly you change your tune. No, I'm just quick on my feet when new information presents itself. Must quick to force my biggest smile when times like these demand it. It's great that you're following my advice, Apollo, but try not to look so forced while you do it, would you? And that's right about that one thing, though. Only those with the royal bloodline can spirit mediums Kron. Common folk like this are out of luck. Yeah, I guess so. Still, I think I'll finally be close to connecting all the dots once I point one very big thing out. I think I know what it is, but it would be weird if it was. Hold on. It can't be.
Objection!
Okay.
Objection! Objection!
Damn it. Did you get Inga's full name pun? No, it was read too fast. I was confused. My little brain hurt. My little brain hurt. She's got the time. Damn it.
Objection!
That was for shits and giggles. I'm gonna press this again. You should have royal blood in your veins, Nina. Like a distant relative or something? Land of humble fishermen all the way back to my grandfather's grandfather. First time a secret dark past from mother to daughter. Even with the royal ancestor, even with the royal ancestor, it might be impossible to learn without the right training. Especially with the secret art. King of Quran in your country's Korean village.
Objection!
There we go. Oh, that was obvious. Okay, so I presented what makes sense in terms of a direct contradiction. Except I don't know how to make it make sense in the larger context of this case.
Well, is the defense going to follow up its loud objection with a sound explanation?
Oh, I'm sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Nina's testimony.
Go on.
She stated that it could not possibly be a spirit medium because in the Quran, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits.
I don't see the problem in that statement.
Oh, hold on. That's an absolute falsehood. Since we know that Amara is still alive. At the same time, circumstantial evidence points to Nina channeling Inga. After all, just after she entered his private quarters, Inga came running out screaming, despite having been killed at 2 p.m. That would mean that Nina channeled Inga. Even though supposedly only those of the royal family are capable of doing so. Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down to the rabbit hole? Wait a minute. Is that right? I think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility. Wait, are we saying? Nina's not Amara, right? Well, they got different eye colors. Okay. Okay. I was like, that would not make sense. Wait a second. Are you going to propose what I think you are? Yes, it's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Will the court please take a look at this photo? That's... This photo's very existence to say nothing of the person in it. Contradicts the witness's claim. That Queen Garan is the only remaining spirit medium in Quran. Oh, devil, you mustn't! Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it. But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence?
Well, then events please explain who is shown in the photograph.
The person in the photo is the previous queen, Amara Sigatar Quran. Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she is very much alive.
What? But that's nonsense.
Take a good look at the law book in this photo, Your Majesty. The mark of the dragon branded on it. Can only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination. Queen Amara's still alive. Is the lawyer gone mad?
Well, I personally find it hard to believe. I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense.
Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yet, according to Dirk, she's actually being held captive somewhere. The real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us. Here in this very courtroom today. But how?
Satura ima o mandomo samashi de tashi nuke taregase o soroka!
Do not be deceived, Your Majesty. The Red Pepper is skilled in weaving plausible lies. It is the cunning lawyerly art known as bluffing. But knowing this, there is no need to fear his forked tongue.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, prosecutor. Because you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough. Is that so? It's my turn, Ayuda, to wake you up to the truth right before your eyes. Queen Amara is still very much alive and has been disguising herself as... Holy shit, was I right? Was I right?
Take that!
What about that? Eek. This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. The person who killed Minasaringa. Someone with intimate knowledge of the divination seance. The medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person, you get a spirit medium of royal blood. That person is none other than you, Nina. Your true identity is the form of Queen Amara and the killer we've been looking for all along. What?
Objection!
Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? What do you say is beyond blasphemy? Blasphemous, even in the depths of hell.
Why, that's frightening allegations. Indeed, and absolutely across the boat. Her evidence, Queen Amara, yet lives. And is actually Mrs. Ninar here. You have truly gone off the deep end.
You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, a certain someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence! Queen Amara truly is dead. You should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now. Isn't that correct? I can't deny it no longer. The lawyer speaks the truth. Nina, the woman who stands here before us, is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago.
Polkana!
Finally. We finally got Inga's real killer on the stand. Naina, no. Amara Singatar Quran. Please drop the act and tell us what really happened. Oh dearie me, I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young Hornhead. Whoa. I was getting tired of masquerading as an old woman anyway. It has been far too long since I've last greeted you, good people of Quran. It is I, Amara Sigatar Quran, your former queen.
Quack. Queen Amara!
What? Haha. Like a butterfly from the cocoon? Yeah, seriously, what the fuck? I thought Quran's makeover was extreme.
Can it really be true? You are alive and well.
It's true. I feel as if I have been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear I have caused all of you a great deal of distress. Ho 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 ho. Amara, I'm sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me. It's quite alright, Quran. I am safe now. For that blackguard who threatened my life will be recaptured soon enough. I need not conceal my identity any longer.
But Queen Amara, what does this all mean? You were not killed in that fire 23 years ago.
I barely escaped that blaze for my life. But I thought I survived. I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. Looked up. Therefore, I staged my death and abdicated the throne of my dearest younger sister.
About the building of that great tomb! And disguising yourself as a lowly servant. Why would you do such a thing?
Quran, what have you explained? I wish for her to be close at hand. It was the only way I felt I could protect her. But it was the best way to hide from her the eyes of the public. After all, conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant. Just got that right. Even Dirk thought Amara was being held captive in some far-off place. I never even guessed she was living as a servant, right in plain sight. I must say, a life dedicated to the servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. It is quite humble existence, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. Ah, those days of peace have ended. And it's all because of you, Hornhead. Consider yourself lucky if that's all that this ends with. If there's something you wish to say, then say it. It doesn't matter who you are, you won't escape the crime you committed. The defense was to indict you as Justice Minister Ing as a real murderer.
What's this? Would accuse Queen Amara of homicide. Grand preachers of Quranism. You can't do that. She's virtually a goddess in the eyes of her people.
If you commit the crime, you'd better be ready to do time. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god.
I've never met such an egalitarian person.
Queen Amara, in your years disguised as Naina, you would have learned about Minister Inga's disorder. You knew you could dress in Dirk's clothes to forge a convincing seance vision. Isn't that right? Oh, ho, 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 ho. What a curious character you are. Would label me a murderer. Me, the one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself. Maybe a grand figure in Quranism, as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me. But it appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murder most foul?
But please, Queen Amara, forgive his impudence. The lawyer knows not what he speaks.
Fear not, good magician, for this is the sacred hall of justice. Though I am Grand Priestess, on the stand I am but a witness like any other. but faces accusations with grace and benevolence.
Your compassion overfloweth in mercifulness.
Oh, young lawyer. In my benevolence, I must warn you that your assertion suffers from something. Oh, shit. There's a flaw. Nayuta? Yes, your mercifulness. Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered? Dirk Samadi, Maya Fey, and the victim, Minister Inga. I see. That is a fatal flaw indeed. It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga. What? Why not? Do not keep the defense awaiting, Nayuta. Explain how wrong he truly is. Yes, your mercifulness. For benevolence, Princess Sarifa saw Minister Inga enter the tomb around 2:30 p.m. That too, the defense claimed the person she saw was the minister being channeled by Queen Amara. However, her mercifulness channeled him and moved to the tomb. Then, when she was done channeling, Queen Amara would have re-emerged and been left stuck in the tomb. Oh yeah. Had she tried to exit before you all arrived, Princess Raifa, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed. And yet, was she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered, offense? No, she wasn't. ABC. Your flimsy claim has been uprooted by a sapling in a flood. Well, that was entertaining, Prosecutor said Madi. Assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes, prosecute your father to save your mother. What a potent fate you bear, but bear it you must. Are you ready? Yes, Your Eminence. And there you have it, Your Majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sidelines. I relinquish complete control of this sacred hall to your authority once more.
Well, why, thank you, Your Eminence. Now then, Your Mercifulness, your testimony, if you please.
My button. There it is. Do 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 do. Alright, I will be back, guys. I gotta go, I gotta go to the gas station. But this is... I did not expect... So making it 9-0 was like, fuck, okay. Alright, I will be back. Okay. Gas station trip is over. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from the sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Samadhi for his crimes.
Oh, such marvelous testimony. You are truly a treasure, your mercifulness.
This too is but by the grace of her holiness. No doubt my unmasking here today was her will as well.
Oh my, the Holy Mother, you say?
Yes, surely her holiness has guided me to this witness stand. And to the purity of the truth.
Wow, magnificent, Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger here on Earth.
Praise be for Queen Amara. Blessings, blessings upon her mercifulness. Where did those animals even come from?
Now then, the defense may question the witness. But remember, she is a grand priestess, so disrespect will not be tolerated. That means nobody out conflicts, inconsistencies, or any other flaws in her testimony.
What? But isn't that my job as a... Okay. Now I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory.
Hold it!
My theory is utterly absurd and barbarous, and high-handed, if I may say so. Nayuda was right to call you putrid-minded. Surely even the monkeys in Mount Pawnee-Pawnee's holy waterfalls could devise a better theory. Surely you could steal better insults than Nayuda's best. Now then, to all of you gathered in this sacred hall, need I remind you?
Hold it!
Well, maybe. You were hiding inside the sarcophagus. After all, it does technically belong to you. I bet you'd have no trouble opening it. If I had been in there, I could not be here today. For the tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. I would have never been able to leave. I guess not. If I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyway? I'm still alive, so... There is despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within. Could discover the final hope. My continued corporeality. You completely lost me. In other words, it's empty. But no one's dared to open it because they were too scared of the curse. Now, will you dispense with your theory? This is as empty as my sarcophagus. You're correct. What would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling?
Hold it!
I'll admit, you weren't in the tomb after the murder. Very good, but that very truth refutes your theory. Even if I channeled Minister Inga and entered the tomb, the moment I ceased channeling him, I would have re-emerged at the crime scene. Precisely. As you said yourself, Defense, Queen Amara was not there after the murder. The only living souls in the tomb at the time were Duke Samadhi and Maya Fey. Be it in this life or the next. There is no escaping such simple truths.
Hold it!
There must be a reason why he had to make his escape today. A reason? Perhaps. Perhaps what? Perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life.
What's this?
Objection!
No, it's definitely not like that, Your Honor. Your Majesty. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after you rescued you all those years ago. It was only because he had the audacity to claim it wasn't me. You must believe me. It was my duty as a wife to her husband. To bend an ear to him, was it not? Communication after disagreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage. Sure, I guess. What do you think, Mr. Wright?
Don't ask me.
That is why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly did try to murder me.
That's quite enough. It's abundantly clear that Queen Amara's testimony is flawless.
Oh, ho, ho. Do you understand now, lawyer?
This is bad. Judge isn't gonna let me cross-examine her much longer. Amara should have been in the tomb after the ministers murdered her, but she wasn't. I don't get it. She just vanished from the scene of the crime like that.
It shouldn't be possible for normal people. Ah, maybe. Maybe what? Your Majesty. I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't there in the tomb after the murder.
Very well, Vince. To explain.
I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of. By using a special method, it would be possible for her to literally disappear.
Well, don't keep us waiting. Let's hear it. How did Queen Amara disappear from the tomb?
I just want to see what this option persists. Queen Amara must have clung to the ceiling. Yes, she was hanging off of it. Like one of the drat's dried geckos. Was it something I said? Oh my god, could you imagine if that was it though? All she had to do was channel someone. Then she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else.
I believe that actually makes sense.
What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara? You believe that I, Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder? What the?
Mercy, your mercifulness. How dare you spew such vile blasphemy, Defense? You will retract your last statement or face immediate execution.
No, good Majesty. It is quite alright. Curanism also teaches that we must respond at all times with the reason principle. Therefore, we shall offer a measured response to this blasphemous reaction. You have something to counter with. Indeed. Now, are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would require a deceased person to channel. However, there was only one murder victim in the tomb. It was Minister Inga. The only others there right after his murder were Dirk and Miss Faye. Had I channeled Inga as you allege, well, the outcome would have been quite opposite at least. There, besides the minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. Even if I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So you see, I could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling. It's true, but I can't rule it out yet. Because, well, what if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet. How absurd. If you channeled someone other than Minister Inga, could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb. Another victim? The Holy Mother? Queen Amara. Please add your last statement to your testimony. This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim there in the tomb? Yet, I always sense I'm not gonna like what I'm about to find out.
Hold it!
What if there was another victim besides Minister Inga? What on earth could you mean? The only body found in the tomb was the minister's. Yeah, but, Mara's counter arguments are too spot on for us to review. Actually, there is one possibility. What's the matter, Apollo? It's one heck of a face you're making. Oh no, it's nothing really. And yet, that means...
Hold it!
Shit, I didn't mean to do it. Something's here.
Objection!
So it's not this.
Objection!
Oh yeah. I was gonna say. Okay.
Objection!
Okay.
Objection!
Okay, so it's not this. Was there a second victim in there and they shot him and just put him in the... So Mara's claiming that Ingo was the sole victim. It's perfect with what we know. Well, was he really the only one? What do you mean? Wasn't there evidence of another victim besides Inga? Someone that we've yet to discover. Was there? Please don't tell me it's this.
Objection!
Oh yeah, okay, no.
Objection!
Oh my god.
Objection!
can't believe I'm presenting this. But it proves that there was another victim. Still, the only ones there at the scene of the crime were... No, it can't be.
Well, the defense care to share something with us.
Queen Amara, you knew, didn't you? Whatever you talking about. If you won't tell this court, then I will.
Well, don't keep us waiting.
This case includes a second victim. One of the two people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was actually already dead. But the second victim, Apollo. Queen Amara, after you channeled Minister Inga and moved to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered. Oh, you putrid pepper, of all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling from your lips. Suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim? Wait. There's no way this can be true. But... is Dirk already dead? No, I can't stop now. If this is the truth, it's the only way forward to solving this case. The other victim who Queen Amara channeled was... is Dirk's body in the sarcophagus? I don't have long to live. Oh no! Dirk knew everything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell me. Couldn't accuse the love of his life. The sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amara was...
Take that!
What? You can't. That's not possible. The defendant, Dirk Sadmati, is the one Queen Amara channeled. He's the other victim. This is insane. This is insanity. Okana! Apollo, what are you... do you realize what you're proposing?
Objection!
I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice. I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered. The facts and evidence speak for themselves. And this is where they've led me. See, during his murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb. What if one of them is actually dead and being channeled by Amara? But it can't be. Can it? Dirk's blood stain at the scene of the crime was the clincher for me. He wasn't even injured, so how could he have possibly bled that much? The only logical explanation is Dirk had also been murdered.
Objection!
That's enough. Your explanation cannot be the truth. And you would not dare to claim to have proof to support your assertion. Maeda, I wish it weren't true. I wish with all my heart that I'm wrong. But as much as I don't want to believe it, yes, I can prove it. Dirk's killer must have hidden his body. It would have to be somewhere nobody would ever look. And there's only one such place. You truly have proof. The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb.
Go check the tomb?
But why? Because I believe Drake's killer hid his body here.
Take that!
You would suggest. Queen Amara's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare to look. Plus, a killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body, well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means...
I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once. Your Eminence. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, I trust that we may now open it.
If we must. Your Majesty, I believe Detective Sky is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her at once and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter.
Now then, Detective Sky, your report if you please.
I'll start with my findings. Please, please. Please let me be wrong about this. I just want things to be as they were. How was he in court then? No! Search the sarcophagus. Revealed a body that appears to be several days old. A body? Detective Sky. Tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base. I have a photo of the body. And I have a positively identified it as. Dirk said body. Dirk. No! Why? Why does this have to happen? Damn it, Dirk. Answer me. How can this be? The traitor Snake, the very head of the insurgency, murdered? Oh, what a joyous day! Those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawled out from under. Ha 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 ha. Who? What? What was I even fighting for? Apollo. What am I supposed to do now? Oh, no! You bastard! Apollo, during the detention center, isn't there a cure? At least some sort of treatment. Unfortunately, no, not for what I've got. Death itself. Oh, that's why he didn't even say what his disease was. He's been dead. I'm just... Wow. Lawyer. Oh. Should never look the way you do right now. Is he gonna say his thing? The dragon never yields. Say it. Say it. When wounded, the dragon bites down hard and never lets go until its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey until the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get the truth. Oh, that's so fucked up. I liked him a lot. Dirk, the truth is that you're... in court tomorrow. You may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you. I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son after all. You believed in me that much, Dirk. Oh, don't hurt my heart like this. Dirk. I think I finally understand. No. Can't yield. Not now, not ever. Not after Dirk believed in me, despite knowing what was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do. Are you alright, Apollo? Sorry about that, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine now. Apollo. Detective Sky. Yes? How sure are you that the body's been there for a few days? I'm positive. No autopsy's been performed yet, but I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. Oh, and the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. I believe they are the cause of death. At least 3 days, huh? Means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States. Then who was channeling him? I think it would have had to be someone who could get into and stay in the US without arousing suspicion. It also had a solid cover story so they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe this is who was channeling Dirk when I saw him in the States. I don't... It's not Maya, is it? I don't know who to believe anymore. I don't know. Can't be Maya. They had Maya kidnapped. I don't know. I don't know anymore. Ankles hurt. I don't fucking know. She's supposed to be dead. Maya then. I don't know. Maya.
Take that!
Maya? Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time. So it seemed only natural that she wasn't around. Right, do you remember what she said earlier? Pretty big one. Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. Other members of the Divine Dragons would lose all hope if they found out. That would also snuff out the Flames Revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about... Yep, about that, right? Guess it's no use hiding it anymore. Yes, I promise not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died. So I was right then. Apollo? There's something I need to tell you. It's about, you know, Dirk's final moments. I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments? It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in that tomb where I was being held captive. Say it was a few days before Minister Inga's murder.
Hey, young lady, time to get you up and out of here.
Oh.
It's that revolutionary guy. We're to rescue you.
You are? Why?
Figured things were a little too quiet when that stamp-sucking scumbag. So I started digging around. So when I found you out, you'd been abducted. Why would a rebel help me? Let's go before it's too late.
It already is for you, pal.
It already is for you, pal. Yeah, long time no see, you rebel blowhard. Inga. No, you're up to something. I'm gonna find out what.
Oh!
Yeah, that's got a smart. Got a real thorn in my side, see? It's time for you to be pushing up daisies.
What the fuck? Dirk.
Did you really think a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon? What the?
Oh, that's when he shattered it.
Ah! Well, what are you? Some kind of freak? The nuts to this.
Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. He sacrificed himself for me. Oh. These ropes. I've got to help you.
It's going to be okay. Sorry things turned out this way. But it doesn't look like I have much longer.
No, don't say that.
You're a spirit medium, aren't you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit.
Stop it. Don't give up like that.
If you do, tying a rope like that will be a child's play.
No. Please, hang in there. Still make it.
But promise me one thing, young lady. It's about my son.
Dirk was talking about you, Apollo. Said he wanted to see you one last time. So he asked me to return to the US and channel his spirit. He really said that. He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years, but kept putting it off. And that this was his last chance. You really did come to the US because you wanted to see me. Guess this means it was Inga that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb. Apollo, you can't stop now. Dirk would want you to keep pressing on. I know, Miss Faye. And I won't disappoint him.
Defense, if you aren't ready to proceed, I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case?
Yes, and I believe it explained everything now.
Very well, your explanation, please.
I'm Apollo Athena the 2. It's a 4-shot pistol. Thing is, the gun chambers are all empty. Yep, that one was the only one we can find. That is strange. Where did the other three go? Can we interrogate them? Oh no! Oh my god, Dr. Phoenix at the civil trial. My we're safe, that much I'm sure of. On the phone, you can't lay a hand on my Faye. Do you mean that literally? And then to Gron outside the tomb. Take me in now. My Faye is as good as dead. Am I on the stand? What? Oh no! The pieces were all there! The pieces were all there! Oh, it's all making sense. They've said it. They've stated it. Damn! Damn! That's just fucking... It all makes sense. It all makes sense. That's fucked up. Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m. The time the hostage exchange was going to take place. Or rather, Dirk is channeled by Miss Faye did. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Minister Inga was already dead. I say that we know that this minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb, waiting to channel Dirk in place of Miss Faye.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is, Queen Amara killed Minister Inga at 2 p.m. She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange. But once in the tomb, Queen Amara stopped channeling Minister Inga and hid herself. Then, when Dirk entered at 3 p.m., she snuck up from behind. Forcibly drove Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body. Drove his spirit out of her body? Impossible.
Objection!
Actually, there is a way to do that. That's spirit severing. Yeah, with the Magatama of parting, that is. This is when anyone could drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refused to leave. Are you telling me that the extra pale brown Megatama on the tomb was... Oh my god! That it was... It's right, Prosecutor, said Monty. You've seen one in action before. You saw how the glowing red Megatama sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And how it turned to spent pale brown afterward. Oh my god. Oh my god. In other words, the brown Megatama found in the tomb looks that way because its power had been used up in pushing Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body. Oh my god. Probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. It's exhausted after channeling him for so long, after all. After that, Queen Amara must have dressed Miss Faye in her usual outfit and tied her up. Wow. Not sure where she got the outfit, but we can assume she had it all planned out. Then Queen Amara must have changed into Dirk's clothes, smeared blood onto them, picked up the knife, and channeled Dirk's spirit. That's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. Oh my god. The amount of detail. And that's how she escaped right under our noses. God. I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched. Dirk, what's going through your mind while this was unfolding? Ultimately, it was all for naught. Oh, never mind. That's him. Nayuta? Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always spouting. They placed nothing but false hope in the minds of the people. And in the end, they were simply fantasies. Nayuta, how can you...
Shut it up!
Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution has withered in its mind. Its fate is sealed. The other insurgents will soon wake from their shattered dreams. No, Dirk's dream can't die like this. I'm not gonna sit back and let that happen. I can't, and I won't. Nita, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. This man is no longer tainted by the charge of murder. Now the rebels and their sympathizers who have been calling for his release can't be charged with abetting the accused. So the revolution is far from over. It's only just begun.
Objection!
No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. We have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence. What do you mean? Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Ingo while being channeled by Miss Faye? While the crime could have occurred at 2 p.m., you have yet to substantially prove it. Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of Minister Inga's death was at 2 p.m.? Well, no, I don't, but... it seems further testimony will be required of me. As it would appear that I have fallen under suspicion, I would like to state my case. Prosecutor Samadhi, the rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. You must prove Dirk Samadhi to be the, oh, shoot. Nevertheless, insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act. So do issue evidence. Why is Nita doing this? Around should never earn her thumb anymore. Mara's not a hostage, so what gives? Nita, something to change to her like this.
Very well then, Queen Amara. Please proceed with your additional testimony.
And Dirk's dizziness and memory gap. Yeah, exactly, because he was channeled, so... Dirk's death's when he put Amara in danger. Set her free before it's too late. Oh. My god, yeah, you're right. That's what he meant by set her free. Oh my god. This is fucked up. This is all fucked up. It's all fucked up. There's too much. Do you understand now, you putrid pepper? There is no point in defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain. Let it go and move on, right? Well, not today. Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. But no more. The sense here and now.
The defense may proceed with its cross-examination.
You're evil, you're evil, you're evil, you're evil, you're evil.
Hold it!
Convincing others is all part of a lawyer's trade, so I'll take that as a compliment. You would, wouldn't you? Suppose you have deceived countless souls with your lies. But I should not be surprised, considering you learned from him. Him? I mean Dirk, right? Yes, the man who deceived and seduced me, a grand priestess with a silver tongue. We are still talking about the case, right? Surely you have heard of a lady falling for the wrong man before. But to think that I, of all people, would fall under that devil's spell.
Wow. They ever get together in the first place?
Yeah, I'm wondering. Let alone procreate. I'm wondering that too. Would advise all here today to beware this lawyer silver tongue. Lest you, too, be unjustly painted as a criminal as I have been.
Hold it!
I admit I don't have any solid evidence yet. But you're the only one who could have committed the crime. What on earth do you mean? Including Miss Faye, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Quran. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Garon. This was me and Mr. Right while Miss Faye was tied up in the tomb. Means that the Urk we saw after the minister's murder could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara. It's a lawyer.
Hey, forgive us, your mercifulness.
Calling your majesty.
Objection!
Ah, but have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Quran?
Objection!
Oh, come on. What are the chances? Lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer, which is why you have had to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. It therefore stands to reason that you would have to rule out all of the possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium, defendant? Of course I can't. In the circumstances, Apollo, there are two ways to establish Amara's guilt. Either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb. What can I actually prove? I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred. Seems you were ever bent on painting me as the killer. Well, if the shoe fits. Very well. Let us see some evidence that proves I was at the scene of the crime. You do have some, do you not?
Hold it!
By simply changing into Dirk's clothes and channeling his spirit, suspect the killer altered the crime scene. Very perceptive of you. In trying to accomplish everything, the killer would have been pressed for time. He may have committed an error that could prove crucial to this case. Sometimes the significance of certain pieces of evidence can change in the face of new facts and circumstances. Why don't you take another look at all the evidence? It goes something in a new light. Is there anything from the tomb that's taken on a different meaning now? I think I know. Maybe she had a wreck. I feel like it's this.
Objection!
Yeah! Queen Amara. Does this pendant look familiar to you? Why, that is. We found it in the tomb, and it has the minister's blood on it. Which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime.
Objection!
And I fail to see how it is relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused? That's what I thought, too. After all, Turkin said it himself. He said that? Yes, but it was a lie. Because I believe he was covering for someone. Covering? How? For who? Oh, there's a certain piece of evidence that shows the pendant isn't Dirk's.
Take that!
That's a photo of the accused body, is it not?
Yes, it is. And I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot in it. It's right here, proves that the pendant that was found in the tomb wasn't Dirk's.
Take that!
You notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant, except it's blue.
Oh, now that you mention it.
Did you find that a little strange? Why would you own two of them, but in different colors? Here's what I think. The pendants were meant to go together as a pair. A pair. The blue pendant was Dirk's. And what about the pink one with Minister Inga's blood on it? What do you suppose it belongs to?
Objection!
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of knowing to whom it belongs.
Objection!
Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sabani. Guessing you didn't know what this pendant is actually a locket, or that it is. Come again. Now, this is where it gets interesting. When we open this locket up, found a faint fingerprint inside on the back of the lid to be expected. The back of the lid. What? No. So now the question is, to whom does the fingerprint belong? Queen Amara. It belongs to you, doesn't it? Oh. Seems I've surely rendered the witness speechless this time around. This cannot be. Mother, tell me who it does. Tell me that it does not belong to you. Naida, I. Think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were channeling his spirit. He probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him. But why would he do such a thing? I really don't know. He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath, and beyond. Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used. But he kept quiet, all for your sake. Dirk, you always... Well, Queen Amara, Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered all these years. You gonna betray him now? Dirk, Oh. This cannot be. I refuse to accept it. Queen Amara, are you ready to confess to your crime? I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sigatara Kuran, who slew Minister Inga. That's preposterous! Why?
This is beyond belief.
Oh, Mother, why would you? Forgive me, Naida. I never wished to cause you such sorrow. But I had no choice. It was the only way. The only way.
So, in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk Sadmani. Suppose this means that they were unable to reconcile while he was still alive.
I don't think the state of the kingdom or the incidents of the past would have allowed that. They were prisoners of their shared history, so to speak. But Amara, there's something I need to know. You had staged a near-perfect crime, so why did you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it could come back to haunt you. I do not really understand it myself. I had nearly been assassinated by my own husband, yet I could not bear any hatred towards him. I was unable to discard this or part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I have never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years. Mother? So she really believes it? That Dirk tried to assassinate her? Your Majesty, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk innocent? I would ask that you do this for my beloved, who now dwells in the Twilight Realm.
Very well, then. Your Eminence, Prosecutor Sadmani, if you have no further objections.
This cannot be my mother. I have no objections. Dirk, I did it. I finally did it. I proved your innocence. But
Very well, then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with an assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Minister Inga, the truth has been laid bare for all to see. Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused Mr. Dirk Zudmati.
it's gonna be Apollo. Never mind. Your benevolence? I cannot accept this.
Is something the matter, your benevolence?
Queen Amara is lying. Makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. What's with her all of a sudden? Is this some sort of lingering affection towards Nina? Raifa. Speak the truth, Queen Amara. Did you really kill my father? Yes. There is no mistake.
She has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicions. Such, I see no need to continue these proceedings.
Barbed head! Hornhead! Are you gonna let this stand? Dirk's been proven innocent, and he's about to be declared not guilty. And so, something doesn't feel right. Apollo, if you have any doubts, now's the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. But it's all up to you. There are definitely things that don't quite add up. Does this mean that the whole truth hasn't been brought to light yet? Should I push to continue this trip?
Now let it end here! I want to win!
Okay. Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth. And the only way we'll ever find it is to continue this trial. Hornhead.
Very well then. Will the defense please tell us this? What important fact about this case is yet to come to light?
Queen Amara. There's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga? That is a fair question, and one that I shall now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inga Karkul Kuran. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity. Further tragedy? Over the past several years, Mr. Inga has been rapidly expanding his power. He had established a secret police and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. He even had the overwhelming support of the people, but still he was not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat. You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb, which led to Maya Fei's abduction? Yes, Minister Inga planned to use the orb to gain access to great spiritual power, after which he would assassinate Goran and usurp the throne. His and is what affected by that incident. Amara vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the red channeling, and Inga had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage away from prying eyes. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so... At 2 p.m., during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister. Bracelet. Apollo. Yep. Seems the trial's far from over. Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something. But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide and seek, then let's start with that last statement you made. If I must. Pretty sure your finger twitched.
Gotcha!
Quinamara. You're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rate of channeling, are you? I can tell because the finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you answered. Oh? And that pose you make. Is there something about your chest that makes you nervous? Whatever do you mean? The murder occurred at 2 p.m. And I'm pretty positive Amara was in the tomb at the time. So then why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the rite? The rite of channeling. Didn't Albie snap a picture of it? Shinamara, I have here a picture of the rite of channeling. It was secretly taken by a certain individual.
Objection!
Such insolence. I would have the perpetrator's name at once. Sorry, no can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so... Do you take me for a fool? How about we discuss the photo's origin a little later, because right now... There's something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. Just wish there was more to see in it than darkness and more darkness. Might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's get Emma if she can help. How? Yeah, please summon Detective Emma Sky to the Hall of Justice. How? Like making it bigger? Here you are. I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness. What's that right there? An injury. No, wait. I think it's a burn scar. Wait a second. Your Eminence! Oh. You don't have a burn scar like that on your chest. What's going on here? The person in this photo is Queen Garan, then who is?
Take that!
Queen Amara, the person in this photo isn't Queen Garan. It's you posing as her, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise considering you're sisters. And the shape and position of your facial tattoos are almost exactly the same. And you are both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Garan. Queen Amara, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? Please remove your round mandala so we can see what's behind it for ourselves. Eek. Look. It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo. I don't understand. I knew it. So the person in this photo really is... This is Queen Amara. This is absurd. They're suggesting they switch places. Amara's confession earlier was also false. Mother, what is the meaning of this? As you see, this changes everything. We know for a fact that this photo was taken at 2 p.m. The exact same time the murder took place. But I mean, Queen Amara couldn't possibly have committed this crime. Exactly. She knows an ironclad alibi. So Minister Inga's killer couldn't have been Queen Amara.
I am afraid I no longer follow the defense. It's not Queen Amara who channeled the minister and the accused to stage the crime.
Yes, that fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could have only been in there in the tomb if she were channeling him. Which means... While Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, She didn't kill Mr. Inga. His real killer is someone else.
Ghana!
What's going on here? Is her mercifulness covering for someone?
Queen Amara's not the killer. Then who is it?
Isn't it obvious? Why was this raid held in the first place if Queen Garan wasn't going to perform it? Who's behind the two sisters snatching places and for what reason? The answers to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi. Literally certain someone else's alibi.
Take that!
Why that's... Is this some kind of joke?
No, Your Majesty. I could never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence, Garan's Secretary Garan. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Garan ask you to pose as her and perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you drive Durik's spirit from his Faye's body? And then stage the crime to make it look like he was the minister's killer? And at 2 p.m., while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Garan, didn't she kill Minister Engel while disguised as Durik? While your mercifulness? So he's trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now, Mother. Justice Minister Inga's true killer is... What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Guess we just... Damn. Guess we're moving on from that. Okay. Alright. Alright. May 19th. High Court of Quran. Accused Lappy. Lucky the ambulance made it in time. We've been forced into a recess for now, while things get straightened out. I can't believe what just happened. Tell me about it. Do you think Garan put that guard up to it? If she did, she's gonna regret it. No one gets away with something like that on my watch. Poor Queen Amara. Your benevolence. Any news on her condition? She's undergoing surgery at the hospital as we speak. They are giving her a 50-50 chance of survival, though. Garan, justice will be served. Why? Why did this happen? Oh, just as we were finally reunited. Oh, Queen Amara. What was that about being reunited? Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Right. How are you, Hornhead? Drixenmati was your father-in-law, but blood, but still. Thank you for your concern, your benevolence. But I'm fine. Right now, we still have a trial to see through. So that's what I'm going to stay focused on. Hornhead. You're sturdier than your stature lets on. Just don't overdo it, okay, Apollo? Dirk, it was a real shocker, all right. Can't believe the dragon is dead. That's... AJ, I was wondering, when Dirk disappeared after I freed him, it's because Amara turned back into herself, right? Yeah, I suppose so, but I don't know if it was because Dirk's spirit wilted off or if it was just part of Garan or Amara's plan. Yeah, there it comes. Man, our dream of revolution. Now what are we gonna do? Is this it? Don't give up yet. There's a very good chance that Garan is the real culprit in all this. Will we prove her guilt in court? Hey, you're right. Just the push we need. The dream lives on. Yes, it does. You know what that means, AJ? The fate of the revolution rests squarely on your shoulders. All in a day's work. Who am I kidding? It's a ton of pressure. But this is what Dirk gave his life for, so I have to do this for him. The Honorable Rebel Dirksenmati. I would have loved to have spoken with him while he yet lived. Really? Why not? I mean, he seemed like quite an interesting man. Did she bump her head or something earlier? The trial is about to resume. The defense is to report to the courtroom at once. Already? What just happened? The first thing Garan will do is respond to the last accusation. So you'd better stay on your toes, Apollo. I will, Mr. Wright. Ready or not, Garan, here comes justice. We're gonna kill her. I'm gonna kill her.
Now then, let's resume with today's proceedings.
Huh? Where's Nayuta? I must offer my apologies. I never imagined a royal godsman would do such a thing. What? He wasn't acting under your orders?
How dare you cast such suspicions upon her eminence?
It's quite alright, your majesty. Suspicion is only natural under such circumstances. But rest assured that he acted alone, for I knew nothing of his plans. I don't believe that for a second. Now then, your majesty, regarding the murder of my husband, Miss Ringa, I would like to offer a new possibility.
A new possibility, you say?
Indeed, for during the break, the real killer confessed to me. What? Bailiff, call the witness to the stand.
The real killer confessed? She gotta proceed this time.
Really bad feeling about this. Oh my god, is it gonna be Nayuta? Yep. 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 Fucking knew it. He's the one who confessed.
But Prosecutor Zamani, you're the real killer.
I questioned him during the recess, as I felt that Amara had been covering for someone. So it was that he finally confessed his crime to me. Nayuta, you didn't really do it, did you? Her Eminence speaks the truth. It was I who killed Justice Minister Inga.
Nayuta! Peace? Prosecutor Zamani, Are you absolutely certain about this? A confession of this nature is grave indeed.
Yes, I am certain. Before I killed him by my own hand. Last, the real killer has been revealed.
How are we supposed to respond to this?
Aida, retract your confession now! Mr. Justice, it is not yet time for your cross-examination.
Who cares about that? Admit it! It was Queen Garan who put you up to this.
She forced you into giving a confession, didn't she? You are out of line, Mr. Justice. Learn some self-restraint. But... Or do you have something that might prove that I did not commit this murder? That is...
What do you think you're doing, you idiot?
Truly, the truth can set us free. It's like Garan got him somehow. Definitely didn't see this coming.
Hey, you know, why are you doing this? Would you sacrifice even your life to do Garan's bidding? Whatever that case may be. Prosecutors at body. Your testimony, please.
Yeah, Prosky, one of the stupidest things you've ever done. I could not remain silent while her eminence fell under suspicion for the crime. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Inga. He had to die for the future of Quran. I consider it divine judgment cast upon a fiend who sought to assassinate our monarch. My mother was simply covering for me. I am ashamed I let her get so far for my sake.
Do you understand what you're doing, right, Nayuta? You're sentencing yourself to death if you're found guilty.
If that is the court's verdict, then so be it. I must obey the law above all else. The law, Nayuta, or the queen?
Objection!
Oh, enough. This blather has nothing to do with the witness's testimony.
Please address any issues you may have during the cross-examination defense.
Oh, I will. I'm gonna blow this problematic testimony to smithereens. Am I, though? Am I? See, now you can read all these for the past 5 hours? What can I say? I'm built with energy that can last. I'm like a Duracell battery. So, what can I say? Alright, let's see.
Hold it!
Kept quiet all this time, even though you were the real killer. Yes, and I accept that what I have done can never be forgiven. But I never imagined suspicion would fall upon the queen herself. Prosecutor said Mahdi has placed the future of our kingdom above his own life. He's taking responsibility for his crime and is showing his loyalty to queen and country. Without a monarch on the throne, Quran would be plunged into chaos. I could never wish that upon my homeland. That is why I had to let the truth be known.
What a bunch of baloney. I'm gonna ask you again, Nayuta. Did you really kill Minister Inga?
Yes. No matter how many times you ask, Mr. Justice, the truth is immutable.
Bro, you didn't do it. I know you didn't. I'm not stupid.
It was I.
Hold it! No, you didn't. It's not too late. You can still retract your confession before the verdict is rendered.
There is no retracting the truth. One either tells it or does not tell it. It is that simple.
Ah. You always have to be so stubborn, Nayuta. I hate how you never listen to reason once you get like this. I think we'll need some evidence before we can get him to retract his confession. Either that, or we'll have to force a retraction out of him by appealing to what's in his heart. Not gonna be easy either way. Prosecutor Savani, what was the motive for your crime?
I had reason enough to kill Minister Inga.
Yo, then maybe we should get, oh, I don't know, Athena out on here to, you know, mood matrix this shit? Hold it! Just maybe. What do you mean by that?
Minister Inga was planning to assassinate her eminence in a coup d'etat. I had to nip this evil in the bud, even if it cost me the purity of my soul.
So you're saying the death of another is a reasonable price to pay to guard the queen?
As long as we remain independent under the authority of our spirit medium queens, we command the people's awe and respect with the power to commune with the dead. Without such a monarch, our kingdom would lose its standing in the world.
What if spirit channeling is so important? Why did you have Queen Amara perform the rite?
I'm afraid my elder sister is quite capricious. capricious. She would fulfill her duty only when the desire struck as so frantic as it was. It was therefore something she did on a whim. There was no meaning behind it. A meaningless whim? It's hard to press a statement like that. Now, if I may return to my testimony. Hold it, buddy. Divine judgment. Yes, I render judgment upon the minister on behalf of the Holy Mother. Are you saying the Holy Mother guided you? No, Her Holiness would never condone killing in her name, regardless of circumstances. As such, I believe my defiled soul will be damned to hell. But I do not regret what I've done. I willingly sacrifice my soul to protect this kingdom's future. Snap out of it already, no you don't. So his motive comes from a place of faith, huh? How does that sound completely credible when it's coming from him? Well, Amara expressed a similar motive. As for her mercifulness, she is truly deserving of her title. No! No! No!
Hold it!
So you killed Minister Inga, and Queen Amara staged the crime. Is that how it went? Precisely. My mother is as clever as she is kind. She sought to conceal my crime by taking all of the guilt upon herself. Yet another lie. I need to poke a hole in this testimony now. Nita, could it be you? You didn't realize that Naina was actually Queen Amara as your own mother. That is not as strange as you might think. Much time has passed since we last met, after all. Right. 23 years ago, was it? When Dirk saved her after we supposed assassination attempt. No, Mr. Justice. It was 15 years ago that Dirk abducted my mother. Huh? That's weird. You sure about that? I remember it clearly. I was around 10 years old at the time. Naida, please add that last statement to your testimony. Hold on.
Objection!
You're saying that Dirk made off with Queen Amara 15 years ago. But that's strange, because I heard something very different from Dirk. He said that they ran off together 23 years ago. That is impossible. I know for a fact it was 15 years ago. Well, I have evidence that contradicts your statement. How do you explain this photo? Dirk said it was taken 23 years ago. He said that. He did, but if we take what you just said as fact, then there's something in this photo that doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense to me, so I suppose I should ask.
Is it the book?
Does not make any sense if the photo is only 15 years old.
It's either the baby... It's either the book or the baby. Baby.
Take that!
Nita, this discrepancy may not be directly related to this case, but I don't think we simply overlook it either. First, the baby in the photo was you. But that doesn't make any sense if the photo's only 15 years old. After all, you said you were around 10 then, right? Good. He's definitely sweating bullets over there, over something. Apollo, if this baby isn't Naida. Wait, you don't think... Queen Amara have another child while she was on the run? What? Just what if that child were being held hostage? Naida, is that why you obey Queen Garan's every command? You presume too much. Ah, and that's when Queen Amara was trying to take the rep as well to protect this other child. child born 15 years ago. It would have to be someone who's around 14 or 15 years old. No. I know exactly who it's Rafa. This is just a guess. But I believe I know someone who fits the bill. This also explains the strange behavior. So they're siblings? All those strange statements she kept making. Now they all make sense. What the fuck? So they're related? The what? That's not her real mom and father? What? I always seen Aida. Why you do what you're told? The other child born to Dirk and Queen Amara was... Mr. Justice, I believe I know what you were about to say. But I cannot allow you to name an innocent soul as a child of terrible sinners. I thought you might try to stop me. After all, simply revealing this information endangers who you've been trying to protect. I think this should make it clear what I'm talking about. This is the chink in your armor, the reason why you fear of your... This is the chink in your armor, the reason why you fear for your sibling's reputation. My head hurts. Is it the Defense Culpability Act?
Take that!
Shit, it's not.
Take that!
Well, and that is... File full of information Dirk collected on what happened 23 years ago. Of particular note right now is what's written here. The sins of the father are visited upon his children. This deeply held idea is why you were expelled from the royal family. Which means it wouldn't bode well for your sibling either, if she were revealed to be Dirk's daughter. Became a prosecutor to bring down Queen Garan. But at some point you came to serve the very regime you despise. That was because the queen found this chink in your armor. That's how she came to use your sister against you. Now, Yuta, you've been keeping the secret all this time. Have you been trying to protect me? Oh my god. You are an innocent party to all this. I live only to safeguard the law and serve the country and queen from which it flows. One such as you, who is destined to ascend the throne, need not fret over one such as I. No! I cannot accept that. What you say is, it's malarkey. Don't you even care what happens to you? Before country, before queen, law, and everyone else's future, my personal feelings are of no consequence. That is why I resigned myself to my fate. I know I must accept the status quo without any thoughts of change. Spoken like a true prosecutor and a patriot. I shall continue to rule Quran until the day Raifa succeeds me. Succeeds me. That is what is best for our kingdom. I know, Your Eminence. Yours is no small sacrifice. But I promise you this, in exchange for your life. The child shall remain safe, and the kingdom shall prosper. That is all I can ask for with my meager existence. Hira, is this really the new you? Resigning yourself to the will of another and killing any hope you held for the future? No! The new you that I knew would never let himself be turned into this. Now, Your Majesty, if you would hand down your verdict.
Objection!
Oh my god. Tell him, Apollo. You can say you're simply accepting your fate, Neuda. But I know that deep down there is still hope in your heart. Oh, Holy Mother, preserve me. It's the kind of hope that preserves through the most desperate of time, perseveres. It's what binds you, me, and Dirk together as a family. I know, because this demonstrated to me that you haven't lost all hope yet.
Take that!
When you interrogated Dirk, confiscated all of his possessions as potential evidence. All except this. Did you turn his badge too? No, I thought it strange, but when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind. Tell me, Neuda, why didn't you take his badge? You couldn't bear to take it from him, could you? And I know why. It's because this badge means something special to us. Hey, Dirk, why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right? This badge is my heart and my soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream, not until my very last breath. A dragon never yields, right? A dragon never yields, right? Exactly. Neuda, Apollo, I vow to restore Quran's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny. You may have said you've given up, but that's not how it really is it? You never gave up. You never will, because you still believe that all the wrongs will be righted someday, don't you? Neuda has Amara's hair and Raifa, Dirk's. Yeah. Crazy, it's crazy. You are very perceptive, Mr. Justice. It may very well be as you say. Why did I not confiscate this badge? Even I did not know. Until now. Perhaps I was waiting for him to save me. Save you? Yes, save me. Like he did on that day. Hey, he saved us, buddy. Oh, he's such a good man. Someday, we come and free our family from the chains of the past. Perhaps deep down, that is what I believed. I believed in Dirk, our father. Neuda, I knew you. However, it was but a dream, And now that dream has died. Murdered along with Dirk. So now, as the eldest, the responsibility falls squarely onto me. No matter the cost, I must protect her. Please try to understand, Apollo. Understand why I shall bear all this sin. It is the only way. But...
Such insolence!
You have wasted more than enough of my time, lawyer. Do you not see the futility of your desperate floundering? The immutable... Yes. It is time to accept defeat. Just shoot her. Now watch as the hammer of justice comes down upon your dear brother. Hammer of justice. Your Majesty, this verdict, if you will.
Yes, Your Honor.
Objection!
Wait a second. What do I do?
Does the defense wish to raise an objection?
I don't. Someone to save Nayuta. Apollo. It all goes back to that incident 23 years ago. It branded him as the son of a criminal. So once and for all, prove that Dirk didn't try to assassinate Amara. Right. Me and Raifa's father would no longer be viewed as a criminal. There wasn't any evidence left. This was all destroyed in the fire. Dirk investigated the matter for years. Never managed to learn anything new. Really? Nothing at all? Couldn't an exceptional lawyer like Dirk try that long and really uncover nothing at all? He had over 2 decades, Apollo. Huh? He's right. I doubt Dirk would have gone to his grave without discovering something new. What's the secretly planned to set the top of the ground somewhere? Take another look at the evidence. Just might find what we need to break out of the situation within it in there. Got it. Is it the photo of my dad? My real dad?
If the defense is done stalling for time, I shall not render my verdict.
No, wait. About the assassination attempt 23 years ago. The defense has come up with some information it would like to share.
You do? Well, we had intended to deliberate that case in the course of this trial.
Dirk, leave something behind for me? Is there some connection I'm missing here?
Very well then. What is the source of your new information about the case from 23 years ago?
Well, it's not this. No. Stop it. No. Definitely not. I mean, that's closer. Obviously, this could be it. Definitely not this. And probably not this. So I'm gonna go with this. Base Dad. He's the best. I love him.
Take that!
Photograph. Yes. Do you recall the traveling musician who died in that fire 23 years ago?
How could anyone forget such a painful chapter in our history? The poor fellow was caught up in the blaze that was meant for Queen Amara. He never knew his identity, though, as his belongings were burnt to ashes.
Well, about that. The truth is, he was my biological father.
Oh.
What? Why, of course. This photo and her benevolence. Exactly. We might be able to prove Dur completely innocent. And that would free him from the infamy of having criminal blood in her veins. Because here in Quran, we can witness the final memories of the dead. What utter nonsense.
Oh, shit.
There was no evidence left in the wake of that blaze. That's what you think. But Dirk went to the ends of the earth to bring this little souvenir back for us. He did. Yep, and boys, it's the best picture of evidence ever. Best piece. He knew that with it, we'd finally be able to conclusively settle the matter here in court and save his children. Your Majesty, the defense requests that we hold a divination seance for this new victim.
Objection!
Oh. What a waste of time. The events of 23 years ago past have already been deliberated at length.
Objection!
Wasn't Dirk on trial for that incident as well today? So we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we failed to look into this new lead, would we? Ah.
As a presiding judge, I will now share my thoughts on the matter.
Just tell us.
The attempted assassination of Queen Amara's is a case that we can ill afford to leave open. I believe that the final memories of the victim will prove to be very important. Therefore, It is my opinion of this court that we should conduct another divination seance.
Well, why you? For benevolence. You know the full name of the victim seen in this photo. You'd be able to perform a divination seance, right? Of course. Leave it to me. Thank you. My father's full name is... Jove Justice. Alright. Thought we didn't know his full name.
Now, your benevolence, please commence the divination seance when you are ready.
This could be the final divination seance ever.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
In the pool of souls. All right, special divination. 23 years ago, to be exact. Go, Rafa. Oh, burning, heat, crying, baby, pain, dead, baby, a hand, something. That's me. Damn.
The spirit of the victim is granted. Oh, shit. It would appear that the divination seance was a success.
So, those were my father's final moments. The baby we saw must have been you, Apollo. I will now decipher the experience of the deceased. Decipher. You ready, Hornhead? I want Rafa and the Sands back in AA7 upgraded to make the victims here. Oh my god, you and me both. I actually really like the idea. Because I always, like, you know, every Ace Attorney games, you know, it has a new gimmick, a new little power kind of thing. I think the idea behind having the whole seance, like the divination seance and all that shit, is really, really cool, actually. I think it's cool. I think it's unique. Like you said, being able to include hearing would be cool. Or, I don't know, maybe even some other forms of being able to go even maybe farther back into the memories. Maybe a little bit before the death instead, like, I don't know. I think it would be cool, because I actually really do like the whole divination thing. I think is really cool. I mean, if we could be in a world of spirit mediums, I mean, you know, Yes, please proceed. Very well. Here are my interpretations of the facts as gleaned from the seance vision. Rifle's insights. Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Amara by setting her residence ablaze. Hornhead's father happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter found at the scene of the crime. That is how he was determined to be the assassin. Hornet's father tried to save his son, but sadly, he perished in the attempt. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. My father's final memories. Right here for everyone to see, but can any of them unlock the truth behind what happened 23 years ago? Kind of looks like the Founder's Orb. I'm gonna do sight, but I highly doubt that.
Objection!
Yeah, okay, I didn't think so. Oh yeah, this one's gonna be probably hard for me. Okay, gotta think. Is it whoever the heck that is?
Objection!
Nope. Oh, God. Well, let's go through this. Maybe it'll help me out. Yeah. Heat, burning.
Objection!
No. feel like it has something to do with the site.
Objection!
Damn it. I was thinking maybe it's because, you know, knocked out. He wasn't exactly knocked out. He still kept his, you know, he was still able to still see after it all.
Objection!
No. But he's not knocked out.
Objection!
But he's not knocked out. I feel like it's this one. I feel like it's this one. Feel it. If he was knocked out. He's knocked out.
Objection!
Damn it. No, I don't want to click the autoplay. Think. I don't know. I don't think picking something specific in sight helps me. I don't think. Does it?
Objection!
Nope. Haven't I already clicked this? I swear I did.
Objection!
I swear I did. Whatever. First was discovered in the later episode at the crime scene. What the fuck? However, thumbs up. No, that might have been the light vision. Hand holding the lighter on the Sam's vision appears to be gloved. I swear I picked that guy. Ah, I believe you are right. What could this mean? Causing the question whether the hand of the vision was really Dirk's. If only we can make out the details a little better. Very well, I will attempt to focus a bit more on what the deceased saw. Perhaps that will help refine the seance vision. Oh, that's very helpful. Thank you. It does seem that there was a glove on that hand. Still, what significance could that have? Means that Dirk's fingerprints got on the later at some other point. Somebody could have even put them there after the fire.
Objection!
All you have is pure speculation, while the fact remains that they are his fingerprints. Therefore, it stands to reason that Dirk was the one who used the lighter.
Objection!
It just means I have to prove that the figure in the vision is someone else, using the information of my father's final memories. Either way, it seems that I must revise my insights. Okay, she's updated her insights. Time to go over them and see if there are any new inconsistencies to be found. Okay. I highly doubt it.
Objection!
Oh, it is? Yes! Wait. Then this means that the real culprit is... The figure in this vision is clearly not Dirk. The distinctive banner on the wrist gives their true identity away. Ah. The design... It can't be. This will prove just whose hand was captured in Zan's vision. Are those his cuffs?
Take that!
That photo. So you do believe the culprit to be... Justice Minister Inga had cuffs with the exact same pattern on them.
You're referring to the cuffs of justice, correct?
Yes, and here they're a traditional part of the Kuranese Justice Minister's attire.
But what does this tell us?
It tells us the figure in the vision is none other than Kuran's late Minister of Justice, Igna Karkul Kuran. No, not my father. It's not your father.
So the plot of the assassination of the former queen as well as the current one.
This is Minister Igna. So then, Dirk's innocent of both charges. Find dragons they've been all along. Naira? What you've proposed is not possible, Apollo. For back then, Karkul Karan was not the Minister of Justice. What? The Justice Minister 23 years ago was... Oh shoot, yep. You, Queen Garan. What? It's you, isn't it?
This is madness. Why would her eminence do such a thing?
Because she would ascend to the throne. Wanted to obstruct the throne from her sister Amara. she tried to assassinate her.
I find this all very hard to swallow.
Your Eminence, are you? Are you the one responsible for tearing my family apart? And was it you who killed my father? Well, Your Eminence, I'm asking you a question.
Such insolence!
Peasants. Always carrying on about things of no importance. You do not deny it, then? You concealed the truth and used me for your own designs. Oh, Nayuda, spare me your feeble-minded line of questioning. Even if Dirk was cleared of all charges, it shall still be I who decides Raifa's fate. You do wish for her to be queen someday, do you not? Remember, the child lives only by my good graces. Now kneel before me and fulfill your end of the bargain by offering me your head. Your Eminence, I am done heeding your commands. Even as you used my sister against me, I still believed you. I believed that protecting your secrets was in the best interest of this kingdom. But you have been deceiving me all the while. Nayuda. Nayuda, you dare defy me. Just shut the fuck up. Your Eminence, I can turn the other cheek no more. Therefore, I hereby retract my confession in the murder of Justice Minister Inga.
Retract, you say?
Dirk, final piece of evidence you left behind. Let's release Nayuda from suffering. And now, he's finally free. In all this time, not once did I reflect on my own conduct, for I had believed all was fate. Lost in my own sense of resignation, I was unable to wake up from my despair. But you, Apollo, you have awakened me with your demonstration of our father's creed.
A dragon never yields.
I will carry on Dirk's legacy and fulfill his dream. Hear me, Garan. I will cast you down from your bloody throne. Long live the revolution. Insolent fool. How even you prattle on about revolution. If you look at that. Well, Apollo. It seems we're finally making some headway down the road that Dirk carved out for us. Yeah. Now, if we could just prove Goran's guilt, we could continue down that road towards the revolution Dirk dreamed of.
Your Eminence, you've been accused of the crime committed 23 years ago. Would you like to say anything in your defense?
Not so fast, Your Majesty. For the cuffs could have been stolen and used without my knowledge. So you see, they can hardly be considered proof of anything.
Why I believe you're right.
But we know she's guilty. Well, lawyer, is there any other evidence you would have me refute? Unfortunately, this photo was the last piece of evidence Drew left me. So as far as evidence goes, I've got nothing else regarding that case from the past. However, now that Prosecutor said Mahdi has retracted his confession, we'll have to deliberate the current case from scratch. Yes, the defense speaks the truth. Even though it is clear who the guilty party is. Queen Garan, the defense accuses you of the murder of Justice Minister Inga. Karakul.
What? Do you have any evidence, defense?
Evidence that will prove Garan was the killer. There is still one more avenue for us to explore, Mr. Justice. There is? Minister Inga's final memories. In them, the minister's killer poses Dirk. Therefore, one must ask, how did the killer dispose of their disguise? By burning it? Oh. Hey, you're right. Oh wait, I guess I never did figure that out, huh? A lot of blood would have splattered onto the killer. So the blood-soaked clothes would have been dealt with somehow. If they're still around somewhere, then...
Objection!
I was wondering what absurd idea you would concoct next. Clothing can be disposed of at most anywhere. I doubt you could even find them now. A 3DS moment. A dragon never yields. Oh! Beautiful. Riveting.
Objection!
I love it. I love it. Then you don't know us very well. Your benevolence. Yes. On the day of your father's murder, you had been watching the courtyard from 2 p.m. Now, during that time, you saw Queen Garan, did you not? Yes, I did. I saw my mother entering the palace from the courtyard. But I was told not to mention it, because it had nothing to do with my father's murder. Raifa. You. When the queen headed into the palace, did she have Dirk's clothing in her possession? No. No, she did not. So, maybe she disposed of them somewhere in the courtyard.
Objection!
The police did a thorough sweep of the area following the crime. But they did not find anything resembling Dirk's clothing. But you know that already, didn't you, prosecutor? Yes, I admit no clothing was found. So you admit that you were merely speculating. Chasing phantoms and delusions of evidence that never existed. This makes no sense. Clothing doesn't just disappear like that. I wasn't carrying any clothes. She must have got rid of them somewhere. Somewhere where she thought they'd never be found. Where they'd never be found, huh? In the lake? I believe Dirk's clothing was hidden here. What if I just say the tomb?
Take that!
The tomb! Is that right? I believe the clothing was hidden there.
Oh, was I right? Yes, it's the only place it can be.
Very well, where in the tomb do you believe the clothes were hidden?
Here. We've kind of already come to the basis that like nothing could have been done, so
Take that!
I don't know, here. Of course. Makes perfect sense. Clothes weren't simply hidden, they were returned to where they belonged.
And by that, I mean...
The killer would have had to get Dirk's clothes from somewhere. Luckily, they were right there. Yes, of course. At the time of the minister's murder, Dirk's body was already in the sarcophagus. So the killer could have simply borrowed his clothes. Right? When the minister entered the tomb, the killer put on Dirk's clothes. And then hid behind the curtain above the sarcophagus. After the minister was killed, Dirk's clothes were returned to his body.
Objection!
So what? This is still all speculation. We know not whether those clothes were actually used in the murder. Therefore, we cannot prove that they are somehow connected to this case.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong. But I believe you already knew that. These clothes were definitely used during the minister's murder because of this. The blood.
Take that!
The bloodstain on Dirk's chest are no doubt the result of being shot by the minister. However, that doesn't explain everything. There's also some blood splattering extending from his left elbow to his abdomen area. Maybe this blood splatter came from... Take
that!
If the killer wore these clothes during the murder, then the blood splatter must have come from Minister Inga. I thought it was all Dirk's, but that makes sense. Only one way to be sure, though. Let's get those stains analyzed right away. Indeed, this may be the conclusive evidence we need to prove the Queen's guilt.
Objection!
Cannot prove his eye with those clothes. Could very well have been hidden by a third party. But could they really? I'd say the possibility of somebody other than Garan hiding clothes. No, it's just not possible. Your Eminence, I recall you saying the following. Ooh. The Omar sarcophagus is under protection of the royal family. You did say that, bitch. Ah! That was your own testimony, word for word. Why, you insolent. Admit it. Only you could have hidden Turk's clothes after they were used in the murder. And that means you are the one who killed Justice Minister Inga. Insignificant worm! You dare accuse me, the ruler of Quran? Do not think for one moment that such impudence is
Objection!
I'm afraid such arguments are invalid here in the Sacred Hall, Your Eminence. Because even monarchs aren't above the law. It's the end of the line for you, Queen Garan. Time to come down from that lofty throne and face justice. She's happy. Me? Face justice? Surely you jest. You are in no position to force my hand, lawyer. Oh? Surely you haven't forgotten about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, should I be convicted of murdering my husband, your dear brother, who delivered false testimony in my defense, shall also be found guilty. What? That can't be. Can it?
By delivering false testimony in the course of prosecuting a guilty party, protecting a guilty party, you would certainly be judged by this court as having supported a criminal. And the Defense Culpability Act would most definitely come into play.
But that law is so broad that anyone could be convicted under it.
When it comes to the DC Act, even I am conflicted. And yet, as it currently stands, it isn't the law of the land. And as you said earlier, no one is above the law.
And of course, all the absurd things I've seen. This all really takes the cake. Now what? What do we even do at this point? You need not look so forlorn. Dirk has been cleared of all charges. So let us leave all thoughts of the real killer and revolution in the past where it belongs. She wants us to just let her off scot-free. And yet, I don't see any other choice.
Talk to them!
Cannot yield to her here, Apollo. If it will move the revolution forward, I will gladly face the DC Act. Now do it. Accuse Queen Garan of the crime she has committed. But...
Such insolence!
What you speak of is not revolution. Our kingdom will not function without its sovereign. And Raifa cannot ascend to the throne, for she is yet incapable of channeling spirits. Best to accuse me is to wish destruction upon our fair kingdom, you terrorist. The terrorist? If you would still insist on accusing me, then as ruling sovereign of Quran, I proclaim the following. All who imperil the crown, no matter the reason, shall be subject to immediate execution upon the Queen's orders. What? Immediate execution? Do you still not comprehend? And let me be clear, for the sake of this kingdom's future, and in accordance with the laws of Quran, I command that you be put to death at once. But... No. What the... Oh. What the fuck? Isn't this going a bit too far? Why is the Quran Royal Guard? They were on standby in case of an attack by foolishly optimistic terrorists. Now, if you continue to oppose me, the very embodiment of the law, then under my regal authority, you shall be put to death.
Objection!
Come on, this is insane even for you. You can't possibly get away with something like this. This is a court of law. You can't just order our execution without due process.
Hold it!
Now look, Apollo, truth and due process are certainly important, but so is your life. So think before you speak again. But please, Apollo, do not make this any worse than it already is. I cannot lose you to the Twilight Realm, too. What am I supposed to do? How do I win against an opponent that can rewrite the law she sees fit? How can I ever bring her to justice? Is this really how it all ends? It is your life or your accusation, lawyer. You cannot help for both. It is time to cease this insanity. What do I do? Should I accuse Queen Garan? Ah! 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 Goodbye to my life! I know what I have to do. It's alright. You know that saying you're constantly reminding me and Athena of? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You never fail to surprise me, Apollo. And Nayuta, you know that creed we've known ever since we were kids? A dragon never yields. Apollo. They are not merely words. They are what's carried us this far. So now, it's time to honor these words and the memories of the ones who gave them to us. I couldn't agree with you more, Apollo. Those words are more important to me than you know. And if there's any time to remember them, it's now. It would seem, Apollo, that not one, but two suspicious creatures dwell together. A fierce dragon and a virtuous phoenix that shall scatter the clouds hiding in the heavens. I shall join you in their death-defying bluff. I think I finally understand what those words really mean, and the resolve they embody. Are you smiling, even in the face of certain doom? Is there no way to end your defiance? Unfortunately for you, no. I won't let fear, or even the law, force me to abandon the pursuit of truth. Because there was another saying in my country, the truth will set you free. Indeed, that is precisely what Duruk sought to do through this trial. He wished for us to break free from a certain despicable spiders immobilizing silk threads. We won't be intimidated by unjust laws or given to fear. Abandoning the truth like that is just not a part of my playbook. There is only one path before us, revolution. The time to make Duruk's dream reality is upon us. Your Eminence, you are the law here in Quran, and your very existence is wrong. Does your desperate bleeding know no end? I know it's just a bit too late to ask, but what's the plan? Well, if Quran is going to execute us on the spot under the Defense Culpability Act, and the law itself derives its power from the authority of the Crown, and there's only one thing to do. We dethrone her, right here, right now. Alright, but how? It's not like we have a lot of time to come up with a way to do it either. That should allow you to perform another cross-examination while we think. Don't worry, we'll come up with something. We'll be fine. Can't give up. Not now. We have to keep on fighting to the end. Can't allow these broken trials to go on. It's time to make things right. Yes, brain thinking. My favorite part. If I accuse Quran, Nayuta will be subject to the Defense Culpability Act, which means he'll be put to death in accordance with the law. So the only way out of this is to dethrone Garan right now. Could be that, but I think it's this. Founder's Orb. Is the Founder's Orb the key to the revolution? Turtles convinced the orb is the key to the revolution in Garan's future. In light of Garan's obsession with the orb, it makes a large amount of sense. Probably doesn't want anyone using it to gain spiritual powers and raise the throne. Inga definitely tried to do just that, but that's where it all starts to fall apart. Inga couldn't have channeled the founder, even after abducting Svea after all. He didn't know the founder's name. Inga didn't know the founder's name. The name of the founder is only known to those who become queen. It means the only people who currently know her name are Garan and Amara. So even if someone else had the orb, they wouldn't be able to channel the founder. So that begs the question, why is Garan so fixated on the orb? Okay, I thought overthink this. Garan is obsessed with the orb because she can't channel spirits. Garan wants spiritual power. Could it be? It's hard to believe, but she wants spiritual power. Does that mean Garan can't channel spirits? That would explain why she had Amara perform the rite of channeling. Is that why she let Amara live? To stand in for her when the time came to channel spirits. So if Garan can't channel spirits, she'd have no claim to the throne. Damn! Garan has no claim to the throne. Garan's Defense Culpability Act established under the Crown's authority. But if she has no claim to the throne, then the DC Act would become null and void. No, not just the DC Act. All of the insane laws she's enacted would be swept away in one fell swoop. Claim the authority of the Crown? You, of all people? That's a good one. Have you truly lost it, lawyer?
Indeed, I would have the defense explain himself at once.
It's easy, Your Majesty. Why is Queen Garan so obsessed with the Founder's orb? Why did she let Queen Amara live? And why was she having her mercifulness perform the rite of channeling in her place? The answers to these three questions point to a single conclusion. A fact that will shake this kingdom to its very core. Tyrannus Morgan Fade 2.0. Yeah! Wow. Let's do not follow Apollo. Your Eminence, I have just one question for you. Please be honest. You can't actually channel spirits, can you? What? You believe the Queen is not capable of communing with the dead?
The defense will explain himself at once.
In Quran, the ability to channel spirits is an absolute requirement for a would-be queen. But Your Eminence, if you weren't capable of doing that, then you'd have no claim to the throne. Not only that, but every law you've passed would be rendered null and void. And you, the Grand Royal Guard. You seem to be rather enamored with the Queen's supposed spiritual power. But what if she had none? What if she were just an ordinary person? A pretender to the throne? Crazy talk. Possible. Everyone knows only spirit mediums can become queen.
Objection!
Such blasphemy. On what grounds do you make such defamatory claims? Queen Garan, if you think I'm just out to defame you, then prove it. Prove it by using this piece of evidence you want so badly.
Take that!
All the conditions for summoning the Founder should be in place. With the orb, we know what the Founder looks like. And as Queen, you should know the Founder's name. Now, if you would, Your Eminence, please show us the great spiritual power you bear as Grand Priestess of Quran. Oh, to witness Her Eminence's great power with our own eyes! The Holy Mother will appear before us. Oh, great miracle of miracles! Praise be Your Eminence. May your mighty spiritual power show us the way.
Urdi Hara Garan!
Enough, I say, you mindless cretins.
Your Eminence, can it be that you cannot?
No, I want a lawyer. Summon me up.
Objection!
Oh. Aren't you forgetting something? There aren't any lawyers left in Quran. You thank your Defense Culpability Act for that. Your Eminence, please give us a glimpse of your magnificent spiritual power. Summon her holiness so she may guide us.
I've heard enough from you. Out of my sight, all of you.
If you truly are capable of channeling spirits, then get on with it already, Your Eminence. Oh, sorry.
You sneaky, underhanded wretch of a lawyer.
That reminds me, you said something to this effect earlier. It is time to cease this insanity. Don't you feel stupid for saying that now? Indeed, of all the things she has said, I can think of nothing more ludicrous. Apollo, teach this deceitful, putrid queen a lesson she won't forget. She won't soon forget. Gladly, because it really is time to cease this insanity. Garan, your reign of terror ends here. Very well. Demonstrating my faculty as spirit medium is... Oh, shit. Okay. Behold, the magnificent power to consume with the dead. To commune. Oh, your eminence! Oh, great spirit of the founder who dwells in the twilight realm. Heed the secret covenant of the orb and appear here before us. Ooh, here it comes. What's wrong? You're not feeling well? O spirit of the founder, grace of your sacred presence, the time is now, I beseech you. Appear before us, heed my call, founder, please. Ha ha. Ah. This looks... Oh! No, wait! I was just warming up. The rain actually starts from now. Look. Holy... Mother. Hope she fell in the bathwater.
Prosecutor Sadmati, how is her eminence?
It seems she now believes that she herself is the Holy Mother.
I see, but her attempt at spirit channeling failed, did it not?
Oh. Sadly, she seems unable to accept the facts. I fear it'll be quite a challenge to question her later.
And what, if I may ask, was her motive? I understand that she killed Minister Inga in order to prevent the coup d'etat. But what of her attempt to assassinate Queen Amara 23 years ago?
To become queen herself. Maybe she just craved power and attention. She likely developed a psychological complex from her inability to channel spirits. That is why she kept Queen Amara alive to perform the rite of channeling for her. In that way, it would seem as if she had great spiritual power. In short, she built a cult of personality upon fears and lies. Then again, do not all tyrants? So then, she never really intended to kill Amara, huh? What I don't understand is why Queen Amara ever listened to Gron in the first place. Especially 14 years ago, before Rafa was being held hostage. Why would she keep letting the people of Quran think she was dead? While she kept quietly performing the rite of channeling for Quran. My mother is a gentle soul by nature, and loves her sister dearly. So when Garan told her to hide because Daruk was out to kill her, she believed it. What's more, she did not wish to tarnish the name of her beloved sister. That is why she acquiesced so obediently to Garan's request to keep channeling for her. Until she fled with Daruk and was told the truth, that is. So that's what happened. And since Rafa was being held captive, I imagine Amara had no choice but to help cover up the truth behind Inga's murder. Yeah, living secretly as Rafa's servant, Nina, no doubt only deepened her love for her daughter. She'd do anything to keep her safe. All the more reason to hide the painful truth from her.
Well, that was a case for the ages. Prosecutor Sadmati has been cleared of all suspicion of the murder of Minister Inga, as has Mr. Daruk Sadmati in the assassination attempt on Queen Amara. Now then, I think it is high time I handed out my verdict on Daruk and Nayuda Sadmati.
Yay! The truth can be set free. There's just nobody there. Oh shit, yeah, you're right. Base game starts with the defense bench and ends with the prosecution bench fake. I love that. It's a nice little play. Dirk, hope you're watching. Proved your innocence. Nahida's smiling again. And that revolution you've always dreamed of is finally happening.
With this, may I finally say, this court is adjourned.
Damn. May 19th. High Court of Crime. Accused lobby. Way to go, Apollo. I was on the edge of my seat when those guards stormed the courtroom. That was a shocker, alright. Can't imagine anything like that happening back home. I know, right? I was ready to go on down there and teach them a lesson myself. Really? I was barely able to hold her back. Hold me back? You were about to go ballistic after a while there, Athena. Yeah, well, I was thinking about helping you smack a few of them down, to be honest. I didn't mean to never say or do anything to deserve a Maya-Athena double suplex. You did a fine job out there today, Apollo. Thanks for all the great advice, Mr. Wright. Nah, it was all you. That perseverance and never-say-die attitude you showed was impressive. I actually learned a thing or two myself. What? From me? That's a laugh. There were any number of times where I wouldn't have blamed you for giving up. But you stuck it out to the end and came away triumphant. By sheer force of will. And inner strength forged in countless trials. You overcame the most desperate and hopeless situation I've ever seen. I don't know about all that. I mean it. You've really come a long way, Apollo. I have nothing but respect for your abilities as an attorney. Really? Aren't you exaggerating just a little bit, Mr. Wright? You did it, Apollo. You finally won his seal of approval. But what about me, Nick? My channeling's come a long way, too. This isn't about you, Maya. After all, I was deemed worthy enough to be used in 2 major crimes already. Yeah, and 2 major chances for me to become someone for you to channel next. Honestly, I couldn't have done this without the support of each and every person here. Mr. Wright, Athena, Nayuta, and of course, Dirk. That's pretty cool, Polly.
Jersey, what do you do here? Jersey?
Jersey, what are you doing here? Edgeworth. It's magic. I'm afraid she employed the old let's stow away in Mr. Edgeworth's suitcase trick. How'd she survive? What? Though it certainly explained why my suitcase was so heavy. Tell me you at least noticed it was heavier than usual. Trucy? Do you even have a passport? My magic panties are an extra dimensional space. It's like a mini universe in there. I could produce a passport at the drop of my hat. Right. Maybe some things in this world are better left a mystery. Horned head, barbed head. I am forever in your debt for what you've accomplished in this Hall of Justice. Without your presence, I may have never changed as I have this day. It's pathetic, I know. That's where you're wrong, Your Benevolence. It was you who changed yourself. Only you could choose to defy Garan. And that decision was yours and yours alone. That's right. All we did was present you with an opportunity. And you made use of it with gusto. This victory is yours, Your Benevolence. You should be proud of yourself. I see. So, I am worthy of my title after all. I shall work to heal our kingdom so that it may know peace and prosperity once more. She sure has bounced back quite quick. So, Your Benevolence, I take it you learned the truth of your origins. That you are the daughter of Dirk and Queen Amara. Yes, my mother. I mean, Her Eminence told me. She said it was a part of my disciplining. If you can call it that. Sounds more like blackmail. Keep quiet or I'll tell everyone you're the daughter of a criminal. My mother was so insufferable. Or should I say, my former mother. Sounds like there was no love lost there. Why'd you clear Dirk's name? That your father would no longer be known as a criminal. therefore I have nothing more to fear. So, what's next for the Kingdom of Quran? I mean, you lost your queen, so... Her benevolence, Princess Raifa, will ascend to the throne. Aida, she can't channel spirits yet, right? Indeed, which is why I will act as regent on her behalf. Until the day she comes into her own. Yes, your help will be greatly appreciated, Prosecutor Sut. Big, but... Is she gonna say what I think she is? What are you looking at, you horn-headed nincompoop? Dunk. Ouch! In any event, I will be assisted by Nayuda and Queen Amara for the time being. Queen Amara? Our country offers console to the rules of neighboring kingdoms through channeling. It is a duty I intend to fulfill myself one day. But for now, I will have Queen Amara assist me in that capacity. So then, she's gonna be alright. Yes, it seems the bullet went straight through her without doing any serious damage. That's a relief.
We did it, AJ. Thanks to you, both Dirk and Nayuda beat the charges against him. And you got the revolution rolling to boot.
The revolution? Dirk. I guess you were right to believe in me after all.
Yes, sir. There's gonna be some major changes around here. The legal system's gonna return to its rightful state. Like how Dirk always wanted. And the name of Apollo Justice will go down in Kuranese history.
Ha ha ha. Yeah, right. Oh, Nayuda, before I forget, there was something I wanted to give you before I head back home. You wish to give me something. Yes, as Dirk's first son, I think you should have this. It's gotta be this, right? It's gotta be. I know this is silly, but... It's gotta be this. It could also be the Founder's Orb, but I feel like it's this.
Take that!
This is Dirk's. I have to get back to the States. And I know you're a prosecutor and all. But as the man that's going to change Quran, it's only right that you have it. To change Quran. Yeah, in Dirk's place. Apollo, I'm afraid I must refuse your gift. What? Why? There is something I would like to show you. Huh? What's this all of a sudden? It's alright, won't you and your friends please join us? Oh, sure. Former Samadhi Law Offices. So why'd you bring us here, Nayuda? Apollo, I want you to stay here in Quran. What? But why? We've lost our queen and our kingdom stands at a crossroads. Most of all, we will need to rebuild our entire legal system. Naturally, that includes the reintroduction of lawyers to the court. Wait, you're not asking me to. Yes, I want you to take over this law office. With you as a lawyer and me as a prosecutor, we shall rebuild Quran's legal system from the ground up. You want me to help you rebuild the legal system? That's a lot to take in. Apollo, I cannot do this without you. As a lawyer, you are Dirk's spiritual heir. And having studied in America, your legal knowledge will be indispensable. This is way out of my league. The revolution is still in its infancy, but it was Dirk's dream to restore the legal system to its rightful state. Will you not help me realize that dream?
Come on, AJ. You know it's what Dirk would have wanted. Let's do it together.
You must be taken aback by my sudden request, but please give it some thought. Of course. I'm honored that you asked. Still, I have my job back at the Right Anything Agency to consider, too. Don't you worry about that, Apollo. Besides, this is something only you can do. Something only I can do. I mean, to be completely honest, our office would be a bit short on firepower without you around, but hey... Mr. Wright. Actually, I'm sorry, but I can't get on board with this. Fina, I mean, there's just so much I want to learn from you, Apollo. That's right, it won't be the same without you. And everyone back home would really miss you too. There's no way I can agree to this. Still, if you really wanted to stay... Yeah, Athena's right. It won't be easy, but... Athena, Tracy... Apollo, no one but you can make that decision. Know that I will not question what the choice you make. Our flight leaves tomorrow morning, Apollo. Think you can make up your mind by then? I'll try. Talk about a difficult decision. Ah! Should I go back to the US and continue working at the Rate Anything agency? Hi, honey. Should have stayed in Kron and helped you to rebuild the legal system. Hi, honey. You're joining in at the very, very end of the stream. What's the right thing for me to do? May 20th, 8 a.m. Temple. The bus to the airport will be here any minute. I wonder where Apollo is. Do you think he decided to stay here in Kron? I bet he was up all night thinking. This is a life-changing decision after all. But whatever he decides, I'll have to accept it. I guess this means no more courtroom battles alongside him. Hey, guys! I know that booming voice anywhere. Hey, it's me. Ooh, I made it. Apollo, you're here! Does this mean you're coming home with us? Well, about that. Mr. Wright. Yes? I've made up my mind. Here it is, the moment of truth. I still have so many things to learn from you. But I've decided to stay in Kron. You're staying? But I feel like I have to pick up where Daruk left off. Can't let his sacrifice go to waste. I see. Plus, I want to teach others everything you've taught me about being a lawyer, Mr. Wright. Apollo, Daruk's roadmap for the future, and your teachings. I believe that these two things will save the people of this kingdom from further unrest. I want to do this. No, I have to do this. Apollo, never felt prouder. Proud to have had such an amazing attorney working under me. But someday, I'll return to the U.S. Once the new legal system here is firmly in place, I'll be back. Scout's honor. Will we really see you again, Apollo? You bet. Not that I have any idea how long it'll be. But I promise you this, everyone. I'll keep on learning and growing, and I'll come back to the U.S. an even better lawyer. So don't you forget about me. Of course we won't, Apollo. There will always be a spot waiting for you back at the office. In the meantime, we'll be rooting for you, so knock 'em dead. You got it, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna miss you, Polly. But if this is it, then I'm gonna support your choice all the way. Thanks, Tracy. Good luck with your magic act. I know you'll do Troop Gamari proud. But cheering for you too, Apollo. Don't you think you're the only one with room to grow? Next time we meet, you probably won't even recognize me. Ha ha ha. In other words, game on. You bet, and I'm gonna win. I'm gonna miss you too, Apollo. But I can't wait to see where your new adventure will take you. Well, there's our bus. This is it, Apollo. I'll never forget everything you've done for me, Mr. Wright. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Just seeing you back in the U.S. again someday. Until then, you know where to find me. Wow. The legacy of those who came before us. Is handed down from parent to child. And from mentor to disciple. Disciple. We must never stall or stagnate, but continue to grow and change. all that we've been taught, the beliefs and convictions that have been passed down to us. We must continue to nurture them, so we, in turn, can pass them on to the next generation.
Are you really sure you're okay with him staying, boss?
Uh-huh. I always figured he'd leave the nest someday.
Why does you look so pissed? Polly!
Oh, I think they're almost here.
Just a little. Got it. Huh?
Why don't we go and check it out, AJ?
That is nice. Damn! Come on, Mr. Hat, introduce yourself.
I'm your name, Mr. Hat. Nice to meet you. I wanted to take this opportunity to announce my solo debut.
Seems Mr. Hat doesn't want Apollo to leave either.
We're fierce rivals, you know. I can't let him hog the spotlight.
She's not the same without Polly, is it?
Yeah, I kind of miss him too.
I know, we should go visit him and cry. Does she have a passport now? You see, Mr. Justin, at court, I got an action to do for Quran. It came to me, tourism, that's what. I developed tourism industry, bringing more visitors. I will run out my tourist center for the Founder's Orb. Oh, and make a museum dedicated to the Defiant Dragons. Boy, the ideas just keep on coming. I want to congratulate you on becoming a forensic investigator, this guy. Thank you, but Prosecutor Samadi says he has needed me. Starting tomorrow, I'll be working in Quran for a while. Put it this way, sure to be an educational experience. True, Pros, I can't let the kid show me up either. I'll see what I can do for Quran's revolution. Well, challenges have a way of helping people grow. I look forward to our next investigation upon your return.
Darn it, 418. Have you revealed the secrets behind your teleportation trick? Show, she's also totally dried up. We'll be out on the street if we don't find some work soon. Well, maybe we should take Jersey up on her offer. She said we could make our debut as magicians at the Right Anything Agency. Shut up. I'm gonna show her up someday. Yeah, on my own terms. Nothing fires you up like bitter rivalry.
That's me hitting my knees. Bum 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 dun dun. Quran is just like this child right now, full of life and limitless possibilities. I have faith that Durek and my darling Teresa will watch over them both.
Have no fear. We'll see Derek's legacy through the end. Through to the end. Just for Junior here, here's the secret of being a man amongst them. Behold the death pose.
Wah wah. What sounds like a little funny to say no.
Come on, little guy. Don't be shy.
I've been pulling double duty ever since Apollo left, but that's okay. I'm gonna make Simon recognize me for the awesome lawyer that I am. She's quaking her boots. Widget, I can do it, and I will. Mr. Wright will be calling me his right-hand woman before you know it. Let's do this.
monkey. How dare you deliver my order in such a sorry state? I'll be mad, Slimy. That was wisdom made was job yesterday. But, it should still taste fine. Here, try some. You great big pillock. I just lost my appetite because of you. It's hard to find good help these days. Wouldn't you say so, old chum?
The trial the other day really inspired me. I've even created a Rakugo routine based on Shisho's case. It's a mystery story that'll keep flipping the audience thinking on its head. It's called The Scary Udon Noodle, hee hee. You're giving away too much in the title. Keeping the Tonado school going is our way of paying penance and repaying our debt to Shishio. And that includes Rakugo training for that kid Owen.
Ha 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 ha! With my newfound mobility, even ancient ruins and their fancy, schmancy Tomb Raider traps are no match for me! Fire!
The university where my father worked is letting me help, is helping out with a gig. One day I'll discover an unknown ancient civilization dedicated to him.
I'll also be going on a dig in Quran soon. That private justice had better not be slacking off.
I like Sarge. I'm gonna be super busy now that I'm the head of the Fae clan. Don't worry, Mystic Maya. I'll do whatever I can to help. Thanks, Pearly. Our first order of business will be to revolutionize Korean Village. Ooh, I have an idea. How about opening a store where we can buy new outfits like the city girls wear? Oh, look, is all grown up now. But I think there are a few more pressing matters here first. Oh yeah, you're right. I guess it'll be a while before I get my revolutionary makeover. Mother, now that you have stopped being Nina, I want a new Nina. I wonder if there would be anyone willing to serve you in that capacity. You are quite a handful after all. I am. With a simple wave of your hand, you would have your attire changed, meal prepared, and even your teeth brushed. To think I put such undue burden upon you, the grand priestess of Quran. You're not right. Right, you have plenty of time which to make amends. Ho 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 ho. Perhaps you can start with one of your famous shoulder rubs. Her benevolence has taken to calling me Braidhead. Even worse, she trembles and her face turns red when she speaks to me. What have I done to deserve such animosity? Well, it is true that I am merciless within the Hall of Justice. To be given such a dismissive name is entirely uncalled for. Oh, what am I to do? Perhaps I shall consult Apollo about this. Dang, I gotta get past that. How's he doing, Mr. Wright?
Great, he's a respectable lawyer in his own right.
He even has his own practice called Justice Law Offices. Thank you. This wouldn't have been possible without you.
Oh, before I forget, I made a copy of this photo for you.
A photo. Oh! Jove. It's so good to see him again.
Don't you think it's about time we told them the truth? They've both grown into fine young people now.
Yes, you're right. Perhaps it's about time they knew.
Finally? Sheesh.
Wow, that is it. That is it. Dear Mr. Wright, I can't believe it's already been a few months since I've decided to. Dear Mr. Wright, can't believe it's already been a few months since I decided to stay. I read it all right. Yes, see, I can recursive. Sorry I haven't been good about keeping in touch, but things have been really hectic. Rebuilding a legal system I'm not yet familiar with has been a real challenge. But I'll say it's given me plenty of work to keep me busy. That's it? What?
Have you not given the autopsy report even a curious glance, Mr. Justice?
It's just I have 15 clients on my plate right now. Although I probably shouldn't have accepted all 15 at the same time. Oh, please. Are you going to help me rebuild Quran's legal system or not? If you are, we need to move through this case backlog faster. Yeah, I know, but... Besides, those 15 are only the beginning. There are 10 more awaiting your services. Huh?
I too have friends and acquaintances seeking legal representation. And being that you are the only lawyer in the country, I told them to contact you. I estimated I only had about 16 clients here to caseload.
Huh? Huh? No, wait just 1 minute. I have been handing out advertisements for your new office. They read, from legal advice to investigating extramarital affairs, even yak milking. For a limited time only. These services and more are free down at Justice Law offices. Free? I have already received requests from 380 new clients. I'm gonna have to say something, aren't I? Oh my god, that's a lot. I trust you did your cords of steel exercises this morning. Well, go on. There is no need to hold back.
Ha 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 ha! Now that you mention it, we have yet to hear you shout today.
Yes, and I have grown quite drowsy from these tedious proceedings. Could use a loud something to wake me up. Do not disappoint me, Hornhead. Do it, Apollo. There's really only one thing to say at a time like this. It's a word I've said countless times in my career, but one I'll never tire of. Yeah!
Objection!
End. That's it. Wow. Wow. That's it. Oh, okay. Turnabout time travel. Oh, Larry. All right, everybody. As for the main story, that is it. As far as main story goes, I have officially completed the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. I won't be streaming that special case just yet. Take a small little break from the game. But we've made it to the end. This is insane. I started this journey over a month ago. Damn. We are here. This is crazy. Let's see. We can even take that. We can check the date right now. Sheesh. October 1st. So, yeah. Let's see. So, a month and 16 days. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. So, yeah. That is it. Apollo is now staying in Kron for the time being, so if there's a 7th game, I have no clue where they're going to pick it off, because I don't know. I don't see where they could.
Yeah, me neither.
Thanks for your input. I don't see where they could, nor, I mean, it's fine. I think it should stay now. I mean, it's kind of annoying that, they screwed over Athena in that last case, though. I understand why, but, like, Athena should have been there. But you know what? I'll forgive their transgressions. So,